He uses Jeffrey Williams, just like a lot of people. Because Kenneth Copeland wants to be famous and have money. So he leeches on to Jeffrey Williams about a year before that. Well, Kenneth Copeland is a criminal. He is a notorious criminal. In fact, you will learn that he was ranked one of the 10 most violent people in Georgia by the federal prosecutor here in Atlanta. That is Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland breaks into cars. He steals the property they're in. Donovan Thomas is the head of a gang called IF, Inglewood Family. Donovan Thomas and Jeffrey are friends. Jeffrey's friends with everybody. It promotes him. And Jeffrey tries to help other people at the same time. Kenneth Copeland breaks into Donovan Thomas's car. And he takes his expensive chain, Donovan Thomas's wallet, his driver's license, and Donovan Thomas's cellular telephone. Donovan Thomas calls his cellular telephone. Kenneth Copeland answers the call on Donovan Thomas's phone. Kenneth Copeland changes his voice, tries to disguise his voice, but Donovan Thomas knows it's Kenneth Copeland. Donovan Thomas has people on the street. And he tells Kenneth Copeland, "You have my stuff. I'm coming to get it back." And Kenneth Copeland says, "Yeah, I'm glad." Garlington and Kenneth Copeland are like this. They are inseparable. Demekian Garlington and Kenneth Copeland are together. When Donovan Thomas comes, he makes it known that Kenneth Copeland is on the menu. Meaning Kenneth Copeland is going to be hurt. He just stole Donovan Thomas's property. It is now January 6th. It's really January 5th. It's a Monday night going into Tuesday morning, January 6th of 2010. It's going to be the day before this first rental car. And Kenneth Copeland is with a lot of people. Jeffrey's there. Jeffrey was performing on stage at Club Crucial. Monday night was Club Crucial night. That's where they all went. And Kenneth Copeland goes in the back, in the kitchen area, and he's met there by a man named Kelvin Watts. He goes by Shell Kel, and who's a half-brother of Donovan Thomas, and other people who are affiliated with Donovan Thomas, and Kenneth Copeland gets beat. He has bumps on his head, his eye is injured, he's being kicked. No one does that to Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland's the person who puts the bumps on the head, injures the person, kicks him. Kenneth Copeland's mad. And you will learn that Kenneth Copeland then went on a mission. He went to every place that he knew that Donovan Thomas or one of his brothers or friends were, or family members, and he would shoot at them with his weapon. On the 7th day of January 2015, Kenneth Copeland told Jeffrey, "I'm going to be with my child just born. The mother of my child, her name is Miss Quarterman. And I don't want to be driving around in the typical car I drive around in, Dodge Charger. Can I use one of your rental cars?" Jeffrey does this for everybody. People need to take someone to a doctor. People want to go out of the state. They don't have transportation. He rents cars all the time. Jeffrey says, "Yeah, there's a rental car here. It's a Corvette." Kenneth Copeland says, "That's a two-seater. My child has a baby seat. That's too small." Jeffrey rents a car at the Atlanta airport on the evening of January 7, 2015, along with Kenneth Copeland. After they drop off the Corvette, the same location. This rental car is in Jeffrey's name. When they leave the rental car location, Kenneth Copeland wants to pick up his brother, D'Amica and Garlington. And after Jeffrey is dropped off, Jeffrey does not see that Infiniti vehicle until after the killing of Donovan Thomas. That Infiniti vehicle, that rental car, is in the possession, the control of Kenneth Copeland that whole time. The 8th of January, Kenneth Copeland is shooting at Donovan Thomas and his friends, associates. He's using this Infiniti vehicle. He's using another vehicle. He is on a spree. It's now January 10th of 2015. There's a New England Patriot, Baltimore Raven playoff football game. It's Saturday evening. Donovan Thomas is watching the game from inside a barbershop with a lot of other people, his friends. At approximately 7:22 that evening, of Saturday, January 10th, 2015, Donovan Thomas is outside of that barbershop. His Chevrolet Tahoe is parked in that parking lot. Car drives by. You'll see a video, a surveillance video from the stores. You'll see sparks. It's gunfire. Donovan Thomas is struck fatally. The EMTs try to save him. He's taken to Grady Hospital. Surgery after surgery, and he leaves us. 2 other people were shot as well, but their injuries were not fatal. Later that day, that evening, Jeffrey, you will learn, is in negotiations with his record label. They want to give Jeffrey over $800,000 up front. And the contract's worth millions to produce these records. That's what Jeffrey was working on. He was working on a music video. No one's going to say that Jeffrey is at that scene of the shooting. Kenneth Copeland. When he's arrested, he tells the police lie after lie after lie after lie. Kenneth Copeland says Jeffery Williams was involved in that shooting. Although Kenneth Copeland said, I don't know anything about him, just tell me what I heard. Kenneth Copeland's one of those liars in the neighborhood that everyone knows, that becomes a witness, swears to tell God's honest truth. You will learn that after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, his associates did not take that well. Immediately, word on the street is that Kenneth Copeland, Woody, is responsible. Kenneth Copeland, it's now after 10 p.m., it's hours after shooting. He's then at Jeffrey's home, along with a lot of people. They're all scared they're going to be killed. They're all telling, I had nothing to do with it. Jeffrey, you will learn, he's friends with Donovan Thomas. Jeffrey puts Donovan Thomas in his music videos. Donovan Thomas invited Jeffrey just recently to come into his neighborhood to shoot a music video with him in it. Jeffrey's not happy. He is sad. Kenneth Copeland says, the police are calling Kenneth Copeland. The police are right on him. You will learn, and it's on recording, that Kenneth Copeland goes into the police station later that morning, so it's a very early morning hours, January 11th of 2015, and he's with Detective Thorpe. Detective Thorpe is recording this. And Kenneth Copeland says, yeah, I got your call. I was at Jeffery Williams' house, Thug's house. Everyone knows Jeff. And I told him that the police won't talk to him. But Jeffrey said, if you had nothing to do with this, you should go talk to the police. That's what Jeffrey said. Detective Thorpe asked Kenneth Copeland, this is hours after the killing. Do you have anything to do with a rental car, an Infinity rental car? Were you in an accident in an Infinity rental car? And Kenneth Copeland says, no. He's just a liar. Kenneth Copeland tells Detective Thorpe, earlier today, during the time of the killing, I was at the Green Store. The Green Store is like a grocery store. It's green in color. It's called the Green Store. It's not far from where Donovan Thomas was got killed. You will learn that there's video surveillance inside and outside of the Green Store. Supposedly, Detective Thorpe, who is a qualified law enforcement officer, he's been doing this forever. I'm being told that, no, we never got the video of the Green Store to support the supposed alibi of Kenneth Copeland. No one corroborates Kenneth Copeland and where he was. You will learn that Kenneth Copeland eventually says, it's now June of 2015, gets rearrested. He doesn't want to be in jail. He speaks with the police. He's now with Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, also City of Atlanta police officers. They're detectives with the gang unit homicide. Kenneth Copeland says, oh yeah, the night of the killing, Donovan Thomas, I wasn't involved. But I saw Jeffery Williams. He's at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue. I saw him with all these other people. And then I followed him to his home. It's about 8 o'clock at night. There are videos at the McDonald's. They don't have any video. They never bother to get any video. We even try. But we have phone records. And phone records can show that they're not GPS. This is not like you're within 5 feet of this area if you call E911 or something. But it gives you range, maybe 1.5 miles, maybe more. And tells you which tower you're hitting off of. Kenneth Copeland tells the police, I followed Jeffrey Williams' car to his house about 8 o'clock. That's not true. When you track Kenneth Copeland's phone records, he doesn't go near Jeffrey's home. He doesn't see Jeffrey that night. He doesn't follow Jeffrey home. He doesn't go to Jeffrey's home until after 10. This is all a lie. Kenneth Copeland was told by the police, we want thug. That's how he gets a deal. Because Kenneth Copeland was also told, you're an armed career criminal. You're going to spend 25 years in federal custody for having a gun. You're going to be dying in the state of Georgia custody because we're going to charge you with gang crime after gang crime after gang crime. But you can help yourself out. On Kenneth Copeland's word, Jeffrey Williams stands here concerning that overt act. So Jeffrey Williams rents a car in his own name to use in a homicide of his friend. Kenneth Copeland, Antonio Sledge, they're all at Jeffrey's home, and they're all scared. They're saying, Donovan Thomas and friends are going to kill us. They think we're involved. Jeffrey gives money to Antonio Sledge so he and his family can get a hotel room and not suffer a potential drive-by shooting. Because Kenneth Copeland said they're all going to be killed. Kenneth Copeland made them all supposed targets by the IO gang. Kenneth Copeland, Shannon Jackson, Demonte Kendrick, others go down to Miami shortly after the shooting. Jeffrey was performing. Jeffrey wanted them to be safe, not get hurt, until people calmed down. Jeffrey then sent them back to Atlanta. Jeffrey then went on tour, because you will learn by April of 2015, Jeffrey did his first nationwide tour. He did with a performer known as Travis Scott. In the summer of 2015, Jeffrey then toured Europe, performing there, and going to fashion shows. Jeffrey Williams is not involved. On the next overt act, you will see these are the people. This is overt act number 17 and 18 and 19 and 20. And this is charging murder and then attempted murder for shooting the second person who was shot that night, and then the third person, Mr. Sanders, who was shot that night, and then participation in criminal street gang activity. You may notice that the overt act doesn't even include Jeffrey. No one charges Jeffrey with murder. But here we are. The next overt act is April 26, 2015. Jeffrey is touring. He is performing. He's in Louisiana. Lil Wayne, his idol, Jeffrey idolizes him. Came out against Jeffrey, called him gay. Jeffrey did a promotional social media release where there's people with guns on either side of him, and Jeffrey's saying, come to this concert, we'll see what happens, come on to the concert. Jeffrey was told to do that video and release by his management team. Because when Lil Wayne says don't listen to his music, that impacts him. Lil Wayne is bigger than Jeffrey Williams at that time. So this creates interest in fans. You will learn that this is part of being involved in hip-hop or rap. There's all these battles going across social media. It generates interest, much like the NFL have rivalries with the Saints and the Falcons, and how much they hate each other. It is generating advertising. It's branding. Jeffrey is in Louisiana. Here in Atlanta, Lil Wayne has a tour bus, and he performs a concert, and his tour bus was fired and struck. There's zero evidence Jeffrey's involved. Zero. Jeffrey's not even named. Now you're going to hear about it. Because Jeffrey's the king slime. He just controls everybody, even without any evidence to support it. Because that's the theory of the prosecution and the police who have targeted Jeffrey Williams. The next overt act is July 7th of 2015. Jeffrey is at Perimeter Mall, that's located in DeKalb County. And he's in the mall and he's buying 50 to 100 sneakers, brand new sneakers. And he's going to do a video shoot. And he's going back to Cleveland Avenue where the children don't have proper footwear. He's going to give out these sneakers and allow the children to be in a video shoot. So that's why he's at the Perimeter Mall, and he's there with friends of his. And he's on a Segway scooter. It's like an electric skateboard. And the mall security comes over and tells Jeffrey and his friends, and you'll see video of this, they have to leave the mall. You can't have a Segway inside the mall. Well, Jeffrey leaves the mall. But the security officers follow him. They follow Jeffrey and his friends to Jeffrey's Jaguar. And the security won't let Jeffrey leave. Won't let his friends leave. They're standing around the Jaguar. They can't shut the door to the Jaguar. They can't pull out. And they tell Jeffrey, you're waiting here. You're going to have to be here. They tell Jeffrey's friend, we're going to get a criminal trespass warrant for you. Allegedly, someone inside the car said, I'm going to go home, get a gun, and come back and shoot you in the face. That's the allegation. The security guards then supposedly step back, the car drives away. Nobody is shot. There's no incident. Jeffrey gets arrested on that. DeKalb County prosecutors dismissed that case. It was not even indicted. Now you have it here before you. The next overt act dealing with crime is September 24th of 2017. Jeffrey's with Sergio Kitchens. Sergio Kitchens is an unbelievably well-known musical performer. His performing name is Gunna. And he and Jeffrey both are under YSL. That's Jeffrey's record label. They signed Sergio Kitchens for a gun. There's a third person in that car. His name is Cedric Jones. The car is going to Peachtree DeKalb Airport. He gets pulled over for a window tint violation. The officer gets Jeffrey out of the car and handcuffs, Sergio Kitchens out of the car and handcuffs, Cedric Jones out of the car and handcuffs. Police search the car. They find in the car supposed methamphetamine, supposed hydrocodone, marijuana, and a stolen firearm. Jeffrey was on his way to perform at the Jimmy Fallon show that night. Cedric Jones said, I packed that stuff. Somehow that is now influencing and perpetuating and moving this supposed YSL conspiracy. That's the overnight. The next one. May 18, 2018. Jeffrey is driving a Porsche. Sergio Kitchens is in the front passenger seat. Supposedly Jeffrey is speeding. Supposedly there's another car that's in tandem speeding. Both cars get pulled over by police. There's videos of it. Jeffrey and Mr. Kitchens are asked to get out of the car. They're asked whether there are guns in the car. They say yes. There are guns in the car. Police get them out of the car. Any drugs in the car? No. Police have Jeffrey and Mr. Kitchens on the side of the road. Go through Jeffrey's car. They run the guns. The guns are lawful. The police put the guns in the trunk of the car. Tell Jeffrey and Mr. Kitchens, you're free to go. Give Jeffrey a speeding ticket. Jeffrey's driving away. He stops the police. Inquires about what's going to happen with the other gentleman in the other car. Police say, no. You're going to jail. They have in the car weapons, 30-round magazines. It's not in Jeffrey's car. There's going to be zero evidence that Jeffrey put those guns in the car, knew those guns were in the car, had anything to do with them. That's your overt act. The next crime is an overt act. This is the date of Jeffrey's arrest. So it's broken up into several overt acts. So I grouped them. This is overt act 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, and 188. And what you'll see here is they're just different items. So Jeffrey's home is surrounded on March 9th of 2020 by law enforcement. Law enforcement has tremendous military power. Law enforcement takes control of the scene, the area. Jeffrey and more than a dozen people are in the house. You will learn that Jeffrey doesn't live at the house often. But other people live there all the time. They take care of the house. You don't leave a house unattended. The house has a lot of Jeffrey's awards that you'll see. And in the house, law enforcement finds a small amount of cocaine. I'm talking about a small amount of cocaine. They find codeine, lots of codeine. Codeine's cough syrup. People drink it and get high. Get very addicted. Marijuana in the house. And firearms. other people had access to this home, other people lived at this home. You will have no evidence that Jeffrey ever touched a firearm. Those are the overt acts involving Jeffrey. And somehow that furthered this conspiracy to create territory and property and money and respect and reputation. The next series of overt acts deal with videos that are released on the internet, photographs on the internet, chats. These are not released on the internet. The chats are personal. So this is when you really know what Jeffrey's talking with people, and then conversations. So the first one is November 3rd, 2014. That is Jeffrey in the red sweatshirt. That is Mr. Copeland. That's Kenneth Copeland, Woody, in the white sweatshirt. And they're wearing different colors. And the RG is Rich Gang. That is a musical gang, a musical artist. Rich Homie Quan, a man named Brian Williams, Birdman, Jeffrey Williams. They had lifestyle that went across the world. Success. And Jeffrey is holding up his fingers. Suppose that's a YSL. That's what he's doing. He's wearing red clothing. That's the overt act. Jeffrey didn't release that. That's not his Instagram releasing it. But that's the overt act. The next one is January 3rd of 2015. That is Mr. Demekin Garlington in the red with the glasses on. That is Jeffrey, closest to us. There's money on that table. There's a double cup, styrofoam cup. And it says that Jeffrey posed for a photograph. Jeffrey's not even looking at the camera. Jeffrey didn't release that on social media. He didn't post it. That is Mr. Garlington. And that's Mr. Garlington's "We Ain't Going Back and Forth." Mr. Garlington and Mr. Copeland are brothers. They consider themselves one. What happens January 3rd, 2015? It's an important date. Shortly before New Year's, you will remember that Kenneth Copeland stole Jonathan Thomas's chain, expensive chain, his driver's license, his wallet, and his cell phone. That's Mr. Garlington saying, "We ain't going back and forth." That's the overt act. Dealing with Jeffrey Williams. Jeffrey didn't even post it. Next one is January 26, 2015. Again, this is Mr. Garlington. Now, what I'm showing you, by the way, are the overt acts from the indictment. You'll have the indictment. These are language of the indictment. And this goes to a video you will see. And it's Jeffrey. By this time, his teeth, his rotten teeth are covered with gold. He's trying to fix himself, make himself a better image. It is 16 days after Jonathan Thomas is killed. And it says, Jeffrey saying, so an A lies to their kids, lies to their mamas, lie to their brothers and sisters, then get right in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth. Don't get it. Y'all ends need to be effing killed, bro, from me and YSL. It's exactly what Jeffrey's been thinking all the time. The criminal justice system is out of control. But what do you learn here? First of all, Mr. Garlington released that on his Instagram, not Jeffrey. Second of all, when was the video made by Jeffrey? Was it made, as the state told you, 16 days after Donovan Thomas's killing, and therefore somehow it's relevant to this murder? You will learn that that video was in existence before Donovan Thomas was ever killed. That is a repost. That is a repost by Mr. Garlington. The prosecutors, the police, are misrepresenting the evidence. What does happen on January 26, 2015, though, is Donovan Thomas's close associate. He's also a very well-known musical performer. His name's Mr. Bennett. He goes by YFN Lucci. His mother's house. He's shot at. His mother, Mr. Bennett's mother, YFN Lucci's mother, is shot, as well as her boyfriend. That's what happens on January 26, 2015. This is released by Mr. Garlington. Because everybody wants to associate with Jeffrey. He's the only one who got out of that area. Everyone talks about him. You're going to see in the chats, they don't even know him. Hey, if I do this, how much will Jeffrey pay me? Hey, if I do this, will Jeffrey take me on tour? Hey, if I do this, will Jeffrey do this? Can I get Jeffrey's number? Can I come to his house? Will he buy me jewelry? They use Jeffrey. This has nothing to do with Donovan Thomas. But that's what you're being told. The next one is February 9th, 2015. Jeffrey is in a car. You'll see the video. He's singing. He's singing. And he's making signs with his hands that the prosecuting police say are gang signs. I can make gang signs. This is America. I can speak favorably to the Bloods, to the Crips, to Donald Trump, to anybody. That's the overt act, and Jeffrey didn't even release it. This is on Mr. Garlington, who Mr. Garlington wrote, "You did 30. YSL coming soon." Instead of the C for the Crips, you remove the C if you're in favor of the Bloods, and you use another letter, sometimes a B, this one you use an X. You will learn that in the YSL gang, it's now called a hybrid gang, because there's not only Bloods, there's Crips, there's anybody who wants to come, no rules. But now the experts in the Atlanta Police Department, I don't think the only experts, they're all the same. The Atlanta Police Department. Now it's a hybrid gang. That is the overt act. It's not written by Jeffrey, it's not released by Jeffrey, but they want you to fear music that talks about killing, drugs. It is art. If you don't like it, you don't have to listen to it. But this is America. It is art. And you will learn that rap is the most listened to music in the world. It's the number one. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry. You don't fear this. We encourage it. It generates money. It puts people to work. It's not meant for brainwashing. It's whatever the consumer chooses. It's art. It's like reading a book, looking at a painting, watching a movie, reading poetry. It's what you believe it to be. That's what we do, as opposed to Russia. They stop all communications. They censor. The next overt act is March 20, 2015. Jeffrey is with Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Mr. Garlington, Mr. Arnold. And they are using their hands to make signs. That's the overt act that furthers, that drives this conspiracy. That's it. Jeffrey didn't even release that photograph. Who releases it? Mr. Garlington. Next. It's almost New Year's 2017. Antonio Sumlin also comes from the impossible life that Jeffrey was born into. He's with Jeffrey. There's a social media captioned "Original Slime SHI." And Jeffrey saying, "Murder Gang BIT." And holding up his fingers, his YSL, until we're dead and pale. That's the overt act. That's driving this conspiracy. The next is August 8th of 2019. That is Mr. Bennett. He's a very, very, very prominent musical performer, rap, gangster rap. It's August 8, 2019. And this is Jeffrey's post. Jeffrey did post this. And he wrote, "YFN," meaning Mr. Bennett, "if I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids," and capitalized, "I would have been kill you." That's supposed to be this rival, this leader of the YSL, the King Slime, against IF Gang. And here we go. What they don't tell you, but what you will learn, is the day before, Jeffrey released an album called "So Much Fun." And YFN Lucy criticized that album in social media. That it's awful. And what you also will learn is that in 2016, years before, YFN Lucy, he's not as high as Jeffrey. He does not have as much fan base or interest. He doesn't make the money that Jeffrey does. So YFN Lucy does what all these rappers do. They attach to somebody bigger to promote themselves. Jeffrey did that too. He did it with Lil Wayne. He did it with others. In 2016, Mr. Bennett, or YFN Lucy, he released on social media that he has been having sex with Jeffrey's fiancée. So King Slime, all these years, this man saying that he sleeps with Jeffrey's fiancée goes unharmed. Nothing done. This is the post that Jeffrey says, and it's a real threat. If I didn't like what you do for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you. It doesn't sound too much of a threat. That's the overt act. The next one is March 12th of 2020. Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams. Now, this is not social media. These are actually conversations that the prosecution subpoenaed from Google or from Instagram or from Twitter or from Facebook. You get all of Jeffrey's statements. This is very invasive. And what happened right before this, and if you look at the date, this is right before COVID hit in 2020 in America. Sergio Kitchens has a dear friend, co-worker. He is a producer, an engineer, musical engineer. So Sergio Kitchens performs, this other person turns the music, the beats, makes it right, changes lyrics, does whatever they do. This producer or engineer's name is Chandler Durham. He goes by Turbo. And Turbo's car is stolen. And in that car are beats, lyrics that cannot be reproduced. They're the only copy. They're on in a hard drive in his car. The car is stolen. And it is alleged that Mr. Huey's friends or acquaintances or people that Mr. Huey knew took that car. Not that Mr. Huey did it, but that he knew who did do it, who has that property. And Jeffrey writes to him, if you don't take it back, he's going to die. Give back the property. You will learn that no one died. You will learn that the property was never given back. That is the real leader of this feared criminal street gang. He's ignored. That's it. That's March 12, 2020. The next one is February 4, 2021. Now this again is the personal chat. Trintavia Stevens, he grew up with Jeffrey. They exchanged clothing, dirty clothing. They went hungry together. And Woonie Lee is also a up-and-coming musical artist that Jeffrey wanted to sign, but Woonie Lee went to another record label. Jeffrey supports him to encourage his career. And this is February 4th of 2021. And what the indictment did by the prosecution through the grand jury is they put this together, and this is bad. I understand when you read it.
Objection to your argument.
Abstain, objection.
Thank you. This reads, YSL rule the world, kid. 24M on an N head. Y'all just start bringing me the money. Man, y'all and stop playing with me. So when you read that, it sounds like there's a contract on someone's head. Kill him, start bringing me the money. Stop playing with me. That's threatening. What you will learn is what the prosecutor did was they took these checks from various days. This is over a 3-day period. This is February 4th, 2021, all the way up to February 7th of 2021. And they cut out all of the context. And what you will learn is that on February 4th of 2021, Jeffrey wrote, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N's head. What happened on February 4th, 2021 that was released on social media and went around the world is one of Jeffrey's artists that he signed, who developed, he encouraged, and who made it. This person had a supposed, maybe it's real, supposed $24 million pink diamond and had it surgically implanted into his forehead. There is a photograph next to YSL Rule the World Kid, 24M on an N's head. There's a photograph. If you click on it, it is the rapper with the surgically implanted pink diamond in his forehead. The police bury this. The prosecution buries this. I will show it to you. Now, the evidence will show, they may say, oh, it's on. We made a mistake. There's no mistakes here. This is a big deal. This is a bill of indictment in Fulton County, Georgia in 2024.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Abstain, objection.
That is misrepresenting. You will learn. You will see it. It has nothing to do with put a contract on someone's life. That's the evidence that's coming at you.
Roofers are furious about this new product that's going viral. Replace your whole roof in as little as 8 hours? Erie Metal Roofs is looking for homeowners to install the newest styles and colors of our next-generation metal roofing system. Our next-generation metal roofing system is backed by a lifetime warranty and can be installed in as little as 8 hours. And you could be one of the first homeowners in your neighborhood to experience this futuristic roofing system. Don't miss this opportunity to experience the future of roofing. Click the link at the bottom of this video now and enter your zip code.
And Trantavia Stevens is complaining. And he's saying, give me the money for the rent. We got to pay the rent. I paid it last month. Everyone's supposed to put the money on the stove, in the kitchen. No, I'm doing what you said you do. We live together. And Jeffrey said, y'all start just bringing me the money. I'll pay the rent. Y'all stop playing. That's the overdose. That's furthering this conspiracy. That's what they did to that man. The next overt act is May 13th of 2021. This is the chat. It's again, these are the personal conversations not supposed to be seen. These are not released on social media. It's like a wiretap. This is supposed to be between these people. And it's Mr. Martinez-Arnold, who, by the way, is a Crip. He's in YSL. Crips are blue, but that's why it's a hybrid gang. Everything moves to make it fit Jeffery. Now it's a YSL gang that's hybrid. Martinez-Arnold, Miles Farley, Quantavious Greer, that's Jeffrey's brother. Wani Lee, you just learned about him. He's an up-and-coming rapper. Signed to another label. Jeffrey's promoting his career. He's not even signed to Jeffrey's label. Jeffrey's promoting him. Trantavia Stevens, you learned about him, grew up with Jeffrey. Antonio Sumlin and Jeffrey. And it's May 13, 2021. And Jeffrey wrote, y'all ain't beat him up or shot him yet. Y'all ends getting soft. Well, that sounds bad. But what you will learn is the conversation was about Trantavia Stevens complaining to another person who's in that chat. That other person tried to sleep with Trantavia Stevens' girlfriend. And the other person told Trantavia Stevens' girlfriend, Trantavia Stevens is cheating on you with another girl. And Trantavia Stevens and this other man are leveling each other over this chat. And they're going back and forth, and this goes on a long time. And Jeffrey, they're acting like kids. And Jeffrey wrote, y'all ain't beat him up or shot him yet. Y'all getting soft. He's talking to people that he tries to help and that he's known all his life. That is the overt act. He's totally taken to mislead you. I will present the evidence. And there's no apology accepted. When they say, oh yeah, we were out of contact, we made a mistake. There's no mistake here. They built a theory. They have an agenda. This is wrong.
Objection. Argument.
Next one. September 1, 2021. Mr. Mender is in the Fulton County Jail. When you're in the Fulton County Jail, not only are your jail calls, like a telephone call, recorded, but you can do things with loved ones where you can actually see them, like a FaceTime. Or I guess that's Zoom. But they're recorded. So it's about a 16-minute call, and then it breaks off. It just, you can't talk longer than that on the jail call. You got to call back and pay more money. And Mr. Mender is speaking with Mr. Huey. And the conversation starts with Mr. Huey driving in a car. You'll see this. And Mr. Mender is on his iPad or Mac or whatever device he has. And Mr. Huey meets Jeffrey Williams at a jewelry store. Jeffrey has an image. He's very, very visible. He wants to be visible. It promotes his brand. He wears gigantic jewelry all the time. His face tattoos, his tattoos on his body of the bloods, of 5 stars, of his kids' names. He has 6 children. Of his brothers and sisters' names. Of the struggles he's been through. Jonesboro South. And Mr. Huey goes into the jewelry store. And Jeffrey walks up. So now you see Jeffrey in the viewfinder, in the video. And he sees Mr. Mender. And Mr. Mender knows that Mr. Huey's in a jewelry store because Mr. Huey before that showed him. And Mr. Mender says to Jeffrey, "Hey, I need something." And Jeffrey points to Mr. Huey. He says, "Speak with him," and walks away. Jeffrey is on that video audio for 31 seconds. That promotes the RICO conspiracy, that Jeffrey dares to speak with a person who's in custody and treat them well. He didn't buy anything for him. Jeffrey walked away. That's the next overhead. The next one is September 4th of 2021, so a couple days later. And Jeffrey is with Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey puts on his Instagram, it's not Jeffrey's post. Mr. Huey was in custody shortly before this. And he wrote, "From lockdown to a jet, slap is." Says Jeffrey poses for the photograph. Jeffrey's not even looking at the photographer. Jeffrey doesn't post this. That somehow promotes this conspiracy. This violent, territorial, money-gathering, reputation-building, fear-producing conspiracy. That's the overt act. The next overt act is November 14, 2021. It's again Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams. And Mr. Huey writes, and now this again, this is a private conversation. This is not social media. And Mr. Huey wrote, "You know I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama." What the prosecution leaves out is the next line by Mr. Huey, where Mr. Huey writes, "But I don't even know if this is true or not." And Jeffrey writes, "Have you spoken with Gunnar or Sergio Kitchens?" And Mr. Huey responds, "Yes." And what they're talking about, if you remember, right before COVID of 2020, Jeffrey is telling Mr. Huey, get those people to return those beats. Those beats are not ever coming back. They're lost. That is proprietary information. That is valuable art. They're gone.
Mr. Steele, I hate to interrupt you, but you might be time. How much longer do you have?
An hour?
We're going to take a humble break this one time. 10 minutes, okay? All right, we're in recess. All right, go do it.
Attention, Patriots, this deal's for you. Here's a free mystery box. Take it. It's yours. Go ahead, skip the ad if you hate free things. Or keep watching, because we are giving these outdoor mystery boxes for free. I mean, just take a look at these night vision goggles, mini chainsaw shoulder bag. This mystery box could have it all. This offer is for today only. Visit the next page and claim your free survival mystery box. This isn't a typical giveaway. We want to see who actually takes advantage of these offers. Stocks are super low, and this offer is for today only. Just cover the shipping, and it's yours. Will you get this free mystery box or miss out? Hit the Claim Now button and get a mystery box on us.
Welcome back. We're following the racketeering case against rapper Jeffery Williams, better known as Young Thug. The artist is on trial for participation in a criminal street gang called Young Slime Life, also known as YSL. Right now, we're catching up on the opening statements from Thug's defense attorney, Brian Steele, so let's go back into court and listen to a little bit more of that.
January 6th, really January 5th. It's a Monday night going into Tuesday morning, January 6th of 2010. It's going to be the day before this Hertz rental car. And Kenneth Copeland is with a lot of people. Jeffery's there. Jeffery was performing on stage at Club Crucial. Monday night was Club Crucial night. That's where they all went. And Kenneth Copeland goes in the back, in the kitchen area. And he's met there by a man named Kelvin Watts. He goes by Shell Kel. And who's a half-brother of Donovan Thomas, and other people who are affiliated with Donovan Thomas. And Kenneth Copeland gets beat. He has bumps on his head. His eye is injured. He's being kicked. No one does that to Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland's the person who puts the bumps on the head, injures the person, kicks him. Kenneth Copeland's mad. And you will learn that Kenneth Copeland then went on a mission. He went to every place that he knew that Donovan Thomas or one of his brothers or friends were, or family members. He would shoot at them with his weapon. On the 7th day of January 2015, Kenneth Copeland told Jeffery, I'm going to be with my child who's just born. The mother of my child, her name is Miss Quarterman. And I don't want to be driving around in the typical car I drive around in, Dodge Charger. Can I use one of your rental cars? Jeffery does this for everybody. People need to take someone to a doctor. People want to go out of the state. They don't have transportation. He rents cars all the time. Jeffery says, yeah, there's a rental car here. It's a Corvette. And Copeland says, that's a two-seater. My child has a baby seat. That's too small. Jeffery rents a car at the Atlanta airport on the evening of January 7, 2015, along with Kenneth Copeland. After they drop off the Corvette, same location. This rental car is in Jeffrey's name. When they leave the rental car location, Kenneth Copeland wants to pick up his brother, Tamika and Garlington. And after Jeffery is dropped off, Jeffery does not see that Infiniti vehicle until after the killing of Donovan Thomas. That Infiniti vehicle, that rental car, is in the possession, the control of Kenneth Copeland that whole time. The 8th of January, Kenneth Copeland is shooting Donovan Thomas and his friends, associates. He's using this Infiniti vehicle. He's using another vehicle. He is on a spree. It's now January 10th of 2015. There's a New England Patriot, Baltimore Raven playoff football game. It's Saturday evening. Donovan Thomas is watching the game from inside a barbershop with a lot of other people, his friends. At approximately 7:22 that evening, Saturday, January 10th, 2015, Donovan Thomas is outside that barbershop. His Chevrolet Tahoe is parked in that parking lot. Car drives by. You'll see a video, surveillance video from the stores. You'll see sparks. It's gunfire. Donovan Thomas, fingernails. The EMTs try to save him. He's taken to Grady Hospital. Surgery after surgery. He leaves us. 2 other people were shot as well, but their injuries were not fatal. Later that day, that evening, Jeffrey, you will learn, is in negotiation with his record label. They want to give Jeffrey over $800,000 up front. And the contract's worth millions to produce these records. That's what Jeffrey was working on. He was working on a music video. No one's going to say that Jeffrey was at that scene of the shooting. But later, Kenneth Copeland, when he's arrested, he tells the police lie after lie after lie after lie. Kenneth Copeland says Jeffrey Williams was involved in that shooting. Although Kenneth Copeland says, I don't know anything about him, just tell me what I heard. Kenneth Copeland's one of those liars in the neighborhood that everyone knows, that becomes a witness, whereas he tells God's honest truth. You will learn that after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, his associates did not take that well. Immediately, word on the street is that Kenneth Copeland, Moody, is responsible. Kenneth Copeland, now after 10 p.m., it's hours after shooting, is then at Jeffrey's home, along with a lot of people. They're all scared they're going to be killed. They're all telling, I had nothing to do with it. Jeffrey, you will learn, is friends with Donovan Thomas. Jeffrey puts Donovan Thomas in his music videos. Donovan Thomas invited Jeffrey just recently to come into his neighborhood to shoot a music video with him in it. Jeffrey's not happy. He is sad. Kenneth Copeland says, the police are calling Kenneth Copeland. The police are right on him. You will learn, and it's on recording, that Kenneth Copeland goes into the police station later that morning, so it's a very early morning hours, January 11th of 2015. He was with Detective Thorpe. Detective Thorpe is recording this. And Kenneth Copeland says, yeah, I got your call. I was at Jeffrey Williams' house, Doug's house. Everyone knows Jeff. And I told him that the police won't talk to me. But Jeffrey said, you had nothing to do with this. You should go talk to the police. That's what Jeffrey said. Detective Thorpe asked Kenneth Copeland, this is hours after the killing. Do you have anything to do with a rental car, an Infinity rental car? Were you in an accident in an Infinity rental car? And Kenneth Copeland says, no.
Okay, let's take another little break. When we come back on the other end, we'll listen to more of this defense opening statement. Please stay with us.
This holiday season, it's going to be busy. It's going to be emotional. But it's going to be worth it. With McCormick, it's going to be great.
right, welcome back to Long Crime. We're following a racketeering case against rapper Jeffery Williams, better known as Young Thug. This artist is on trial right now for an alleged participation in a criminal street gang called Young Slime Life, also known as YSL. Right now, we're going to head back into the courtroom to listen to his defense attorney, Brian Steele, provide and deliver to the jury the opening statement.
Kenneth Copeland tells Detective Thorpe, earlier today, during the time of the killing, I was at the Green Store. The Green Store is like a grocery store. It's green in color. It's called the Green Store. It's not far from where Donovan Thomas was got killed. You will learn that there's video surveillance inside and outside of the Green Store. Supposedly, Detective Thorpe, who is a qualified law enforcement officer, has been doing this forever. I'm being told that, no, we never got the video of the Green Store to support the supposed alibi of Kenneth Copeland. No one corroborates Kenneth Copeland and where he was. You will learn that Kenneth Copeland eventually says, it's now June of 2015, gets rearrested. He doesn't want to be in jail. He speaks with the police. He's now with Detective Dennis and Detective Gator, also City of Atlanta police officers. They're detectives with the gang unit homicide. Kenneth Copeland says, oh yeah, the night of the killing, Donovan Thomas, I wasn't involved. But I saw Jeffery Williams at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue. I saw him with all these other people. And then I followed him to his home about 8 o'clock at night. There are videos at the McDonald's. They don't have any video. They never bother to get any video. We even try. But we have phone records. And phone records can show that they're not GPS. This is not like you're within 5 feet of the area.
All right, there we
Mr. Steele. Go ahead and continue. Your Honor. I said, go ahead. So this is a personal chat that law enforcement, the district attorney's office, got as subpoenaing the private conversation. Mr. Williams, this is Mr. Williams and Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey wrote what I read before the Honorable Judge Landlord's wrote. You know, I'm ready to handle the business. I'm going to sit down if I got to without any one of y'all, my mama. And the next line that's omitted is Mr. Huey saying, but I don't know if it's true or not. And then Jeffrey Williams responding, have you spoken with Gunnar, who's Mr. Kitchens, a well-known performer? And Mr. Huey saying yes. And this relates back to March of 2020, right before COVID. And Jeffrey Williams is telling Mr. Huey, you know the people who took the property of Mr. Durham, known as Turbo, who works closely with, is one-on-one with Sergio Kitchen. Mr. Huey is not in well graces with Sergio Kitchen. Sergio Kitchens holds a grudge against Mr. Huey at this time. And Mr. Huey is writing here before this, I need money to support my family. I want to work for the business. This is a big business that Jeffrey has. There are people who make the flight arrangements, book the buses, carry the bags, pack all the equipment, get the restaurants, the hotels, work in the studios, work on promotion. These are a lot of people that he employs. And the record label that he works with. He works with a publicly traded record label. And Jeffrey says, Mr. Huey's asking, can I have a job? And Jeffrey says, Mr. Huey's like, I'll sit down. For any one of y'all, on my mama, I don't know if this is true or not. Meaning he's saying, I don't have the information that Mr. Kitchen wants. And Jeffrey's response is what I told you. If you're speaking with Gunnar or Sergio Kitchens, yes. That's the conversation. That's the overnight. And this is already November 2021. That's their overnight. The next one. This is something that Jeffrey posted on his Instagram. This is New Year's. It's December 31, day before New Year's, 2021. And Jeffrey made this very popular. He didn't create it, but his fans love this. And it's wipe your fingers across the nose. Wipe an end's nose. And to the prosecution, the police, the district attorney's office, that is a rally cry for violence. That's what they're going to tell you. You will learn, people do this all across the globe. You will see images of NFL football players catching a touchdown, take off their helmet, going like this. Baseball players hitting a home run in the playoff game, going like this. This is nothing of criminal activity, but it is to the district attorney's office of Fulton County. Jeffrey's also wearing across his chest, you'll see YSL. It's a very expensive pendant. And that is it. The next one is January 16, 2022, and Jeffrey releases this. It's on Jeffrey's Instagram account. And the prosecution is targeting, that's Jeffrey taking a selfie in the mirror, and he has his hand up, and the indictment that the prosecution had the grand jury return says he's holding up a blood sign, and that furthers this conspiracy. There's nothing wrong with holding up a blood sign, but that's not a blood sign. A blood sign is like this. It looks like a B. That is a P. Jeffrey's fingers are down. And what you'll learn is that Jeffrey just released with Sergio Kitchens, performer known as Gunna, a song that is wildly popular. It's around the globe. It's called Pushing P. And it's positivity. It means any circumstance you're in, if you think positively about something, you can make it through. You're pushing positivity. You're pushing P. Jeffrey is showing the P. It's not a B. But that became, from the district attorney's office in Fulton County, from the City of Atlanta Police Department, a reason that furthers this supposed conspiracy. That's the evidence that they're showing you. The next one. This is Jeffrey. It's February 12, 2022. And Jeffrey's wearing YSL chain or pendant. Here's a bracelet. It'll blow up. It says slime. Like that's some bad word. Jeffrey did not invent slime. Slime comes from Jeffrey's idol, Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne made slime popular. Jeffrey uses it. Jeffrey's really popular, so people talk about slime. Anything Jeffrey does, people copy. I'm not saying you copy him, but there are people, there are fans, and everyone from his neighborhood copies him. He's a hero to those people because he's breaking those chains. He has a tattoo. We'll blow it up for you during the trial, but it's on his right chest area, and it's a B, and it's colored red. Jeffrey doesn't run away from the fact that he knows people who are in gangs from all sorts of people. He promotes himself through these people. He talks with these people. Just like Jeffrey, you will find out, talks to heads of industries. He talks with everybody. He doesn't believe he's above anybody. It doesn't mean the fact that he talks with, or I talk with, or you talk with, or the prosecutor talks with, a person who's in and represents the Bloods, or the Crips, or the fashion show, or the Atlanta Hawks. We don't criminalize association. That is the next over there. This is March 9th of 2022. That is Mr. Kitchens, who we've been talking about. He's in the forefront. Mr. Williams is in the rear of that photograph. This is Mr. Kitchens' Instagram. Mr. Kitchens released Slack Business, YSL for life. Slack is a term. It's like brother. It means anything. You will see images on the internet, children singing songs, sliding, 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 sliding. People say, "What's up, Slide? What's up, slime?" That's what's being criminalized. That's the overhead. The next one becomes lyrics. Now, I separated these to just group them together, but these are songs. Some of them Jeffrey performed, some of them he didn't perform these lyrics. Some of them, the lyrics got changed because he doesn't write them down. The prosecution did not have the lyric find them. They went out and they did a database. And they searched all of Jeffrey's Instagram, all of his Facebook, all of his lyrics, to try to find any mention of bloods, color red, drive-by shooting, a Tahoe, killings, 12, drugs. They searched for it. These are not confessions. These are not admissions. This is art. You will hear from the most prominent expert in hip-hop and rap. He will tell you that these words, the lyrics, they're common. These are not unique and say, oh, that's the Donovan Thomas killing that Tahoe. Jeffrey sings about cars all the time. He names all different cars. They just pulled out the Tahoe. Drive-by shootings. These are common themes. This is, you will learn, studio gangsters. They're in the studio. They are creating music for us to listen to. If you go to the first one, that's April 20th, 2014. It's a song released on social media, a song called Ooh. Red just like Elmo, but I never effing give go. YSL won't fold, pick his A off a balcony, off the balcony. There's no evidence anyone got picked off the balcony. YSL, wife at ends, nose, which I showed you. I'm an F for the cash. Then she's getting robbed by Tick. Tick is another name for Trontavious Stephen. He will tell you he had a rough life. He's been in custody. In a Bentley on Wesley, getting trailed by sniper, there's no evidence of that. All I ever wanted was the money. Put your hands in the air if you dare. NEMF to step over here. F&N, that's a type of gun. Put him in the wheelchair. These are lyrics that rhyme. Those are taken out of context in that song, but they're lyrics. If we're going to criminalize lyrics, you will learn. We all should watch what we say. You will learn that Bruce Springsteen sings about going out west, driving with a gun on his passenger's lap. They're going to kill everything in sight. Nobody prosecutes that. But rap lyrics, you'll find out is prosecuted. Next one. March 25, 2016. Jeffery released a song on YouTube. It's called Slime, S-H-I. Hey, this slime, S-H-I. Hey, YSL, H-H-I. Hey, killing 12, that means police, S-H-I. Hey, flick a jail, S-H-I. Hey, cook a white brick, that would be like making crack cocaine. I'm not new at this, hey. I'm so true to this, hey. I done put a whole slime on 100 licks. Slime or get slimed. I'm the VIP and I got that pistol on my hip. You praying that you live, I'm praying that I hit. Hey, this, that same slime, S-H-I. FF, the police, in a high speed. Hundreds of rounds of the Tahoe. The next line has taco. These are rhyming. There are not 100 rounds in the Tahoe of Mr. Donovan Thomas. You'll have no evidence when that lyric was even created. The prosecution doesn't care. These are release dates. They have no clue that this is what they're giving to you. And is it 100 rounds in a Tahoe, like bullets to hit a Tahoe? Or is it someone driving a Tahoe with 100 rounds in it? It's up to the listener, I guess. But the police officers in the city of Atlanta, district attorney's office, Fulton County, everything. It's like 24 M's on the N's head. Everything is viewed wrong. I'm prepared to take him down. Got banana clips for all these ends. Acting monkey. This says slime SHI, this says mob SHI, F the judge, YSL, this is mob one. That's the over there. It rhymes. There will not be one person to come in here, not be one document that comes in here. To say the intent of that song was to brag about something that happened to Donovan Thomas or anyone else. Jeffrey's being targeted. The next one, April 12, 2018. Jeffrey released a song on YouTube. It's entitled Anybody. And Jeffrey said, I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body. I got the streets on my back, carrying like I'm moving a body. I told him to shoot 100 rounds, like he's trying to move the body. Ready for war like Russia. I got all types of cash. I'm a general. You will hear that other artists use the same type of lyrics. Before Jeffrey, after Jeffrey, these are typical. You also learn that this is a song that Jeffrey did with Nicki Minaj. This song is a gigantic success. Now it's become a confession. It's not true. The next one, January 15, 2019. Jeffrey on YouTube, a song called Bad Boy. I shot his mommy, so now he no longer mentioned me. I had, and those are shoes, when I shot the sea, act like you want war, they're going to smoke you like a blunt. I shot at his mommy, now no longer mentions me. So the police are going to tell you, the prosecutor can tell you, huh? Mr. Bennett, wife of Nushi, her mother was shot in drive-by shooting. That was done by Mr. Cope. Not Jeffrey. It's also January 15, 2019. That shooting happened on January 26, 2015. There's no connection. Plus, why have Lucy? He still mentions Jeffrey. That's how bad his album is. He says in 2016 how he slept with Jeffrey's fiancée. These are just lyrics. These are art. Criminalized books, movies, the other forms of music. How come other forms of music don't get criminalized? Next. September 16, 2019. Mr. Arnold, Jeffrey Williams, it's called Just How It Is. Jeffrey supposedly saying, I escaped every one of the licks because I was supposed to be rich. I don't care nothing about no cop. I'm telling you just how it is. Hit him with a Mac now, his whole body scab. I done for the crew, I done did the robbing, I done did the jacking, now I'm full-time rapping. Last end tried me, almost got popped at Lennox. Ask the cops, ask the detectives. They all know the business. Ask the cops, ask the detectives. All the jurisdictions. Gave a lawyer close to $2 million. He handles all the killings. We don't speak about S on wax. It's all mob business. We know to kill the biggest cats of all the kittens. And that has to be Donovan Thomas, right? It just has to be Donovan Thomas. There's no evidence that that's true. That's what you're told. $2 million for the lawyer to handle all the killings. The authorities got all of Jeffrey's finances. How much money Jeffrey paid to lawyers? For other people? Hardly any. You'll see a chat that Jeffrey's asked to pay $2,500 to someone's lawyer. Who doesn't even do that? He's asked to pay for lawyers all the time. Who doesn't do it? He's not the head of a conspiracy. He's not in a conspiracy. They are lyrics. The next one. It's December 18, 2020. This is Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Kitchens, and Jeffery. And they released a music video, Take It to Trial. This is a very popular song. This song was based on another song called Take It to Trial. They changed the lyrics. So that was the inspiration. Take this MF trial. I rep for my life for real. For slimes you know I kill. Trial. I done beat it twice. State. I'm undefeated like feds. Came and snatched me. I don't know. No point in asking. I was unbelievable. And that would be like Cleveland, except the C was dropped for the B. Stuck like a magnet, B-I-T-A-S-S. And I shot at your mom. You need to stand down. I up my stamina, take it to trial, get an appeal, take it to trial. Yeah, you're going to whack them, pay for the casket. It's just if we whack them. My young ends pulling up Bentleys, Aston Martins, nice Teslas strapped with an FN, choppers, carbons. YSL, slimy and shady. Watch me whack that B, pop them like a cyst, Glock with the assist. And that is your confession. This stuff goes around the world. Now it's held literal. Jeffery, it's outrageous. The next one. It's April 16, 2021. Jeffery released a song on YouTube, Really Be Slime. The lyrics, my end really, they slime. We committing them crimes. Hop out and shoot. Roll one up for the gang. Want to be a slime? Go catch a body. Me and little bro, we used to steal from the store. We had to stick it and go. That's a confession to an armed robbery. Had to stick them up and go. That's what we're dealing with here. I'm also not telling you that these lyrics are accurate. This is the interpretation of the City of Atlanta Police Department and the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County. You will not hear from the District Attorney's Office. Call one witness who's an expert in lyrics, in rap, in hip-hop, in gangster rap. They're not going to do it. They're going to do it through gang experts. Because the gang experts know what they're doing. And they have 5 gang experts. But they really have 1. Because you're not going to get experts from different jurisdictions, from different types of teachings, from different learnings, from different thoughts. Your 5 gang experts in this case from the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County all work together in the City of Atlanta Police Department. Those are your 5 gang experts. They teach each other. They talk to each other. They decide what the rules are. None of them gave a report. It's just they know it because they are controllers. That's what you're going to be told. They know it more than you, more than me, more than Jeffery. They just know. We're going to have 5 people designated as experts. They all are biased. They all targeted Jeffery. They all work together. They have an agenda with the District Attorney's Office, Fulton County. That's our crime. The next one. This is April 16, 2021. Mr. Kendrick, Jeffery. It's called Slatty. Kill this man in front of his mama, F little bro, sister, and his cousin. I shoot out, kill him, not leaving a trace. I had to break the safe. Yeah, I didn't leave even a trace. Dissect your body like science class N. Gangster cause. You got a body, little n. Magazine clips. So you might get your issue. You think you gangster because you got a pistol. Look at my trigger. My trigger starts to issue. YSL, we going overboard. Oh yeah, the lyrics found the prosecution. They searched for this stuff. There is no safe in this case. These are simply art. Next one. April 16, 2021, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Kitchens, Jeffrey did appear in a video titled Ski. I F with slats, we come to eat rats. I came with some effing piranhas. I told him FM on me, called Nietzsche Nietzsche. It's Glock, he keep rolling, Duke rolling 60s. He locked in C's. Duke is the name that Mr. Martinez Arnold used. It goes by Duke. Rolling 60s, Crips. That's the C. Some of these words are not really the lyrics, but you can decide for yourself. You'll hear the songs. You decide what the lyrics are. This is a wildly popular song. It's now become criminalized. The words in America are criminalized in Georgia. Next one is count 56. So those were the overt acts dealing in count 1, the RICO conspiracy, deals with Jeffrey. There are 191 overt acts. Most of them don't deal with Jeffrey. But the prosecution has indicted it through the grand jury to say Jeffrey's in this conspiracy. So the acts of a Christian Eppinger somehow roll on to Jeffrey. Jeffrey's not in a conspiracy, you will find out. That is everything pertaining to Jeffrey and count 1. Then we have to skip. So you're going to have that count 2. Count 2 is the murder listed down. Thomas Jeffrey's not indicted for murder. And you keep going down until you hit count 56. And you're going to go through 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. Those pertain to Jeffrey. So that's what... These are individual counts. This is not... These are just separated out. They're all in the overt acts, but now they are separated out into crimes. So 56 is from the 12th day of May of 2018 to the 8th day of May 2022. The dates are there because the indictment was returned the next day, May 9th of 2022. That's why it ends on May 8th, 2022. And it goes back the 4 years because that's something called a statute of limitation. The Honorable Court will charge you on that. But that's why you have a date range. And it says that Jeffrey, he occupies the position of an organizer, a supervisor, a management, a leader in the YSL criminal street gang, and did engage directly or indirectly. Either conspired with the following criminal street gang activity: murder, aggravated assault with deadly weapon, armed robbery, hijacking motor vehicle, sale of marijuana, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, theft by receiving a firearm, possession of a weapon by a convicted felon. Jeffrey's not a convicted felon. They're saying that, well, Jeffrey is in bed with these other people, and therefore their acts are attributable to Jeffrey. Jeffrey doesn't even know most of these people. That is charging Jeffrey with participation in criminal street gang activity. Criminal street gang activity, you will learn, it is not enough to be in a gang. That's not illegal. It's not enough to associate with a gang. That's not illegal. It's not illegal to have a blood tattoo on it. Wear red. It's not a crime to promote a criminal street gang. What makes it a crime is if you're doing all those things and you're wearing the colors and you are promoting the gang and then you do a crime to further that gang's activity, the agenda of the gang. That's the crime. Otherwise, we couldn't associate with someone who's part of the Ku Klux Klan, not that anyone would want to, or the Aryan Nation, or any other despicable organization. America would wipe them all out. That's what Jeffrey's charged with. That's count 56. Count 57 also charges Jeffrey with participation in criminal street gang activity. This is along with Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick. And this on May 9th of 2022. May 9th, I may have misstated earlier, May 9th, I don't think I did, but May 9th, 2022 is the day of Jeffrey's arrest. When law enforcement surrounded his home, there were more than a dozen people there. And what the prosecution did now is say that this is criminal street gang activity. This furthered the gang YSL, because in Jeffrey's home, where other people had access to, there's marijuana with intent to distribute. Jeffrey doesn't have to sell any drugs to make the money. Possession of codeine with intent to distribute. Possession of cocaine, it's a very small amount. Possession of firearms. And it's alleged in count 58, 59, 60, and 61 of the indictment, which we'll get to right now. That somehow promoted the gang. That was in furtherance of the gang. Being in a house where other people have access to it with these drugs now furthered the gang. That's the allegation. That's it. Next count. The 58. Mr. Arnold, Mr. Kendrick, and Jeffrey. They possessed marijuana with intent to distribute the day of Jeffrey's arrest. Marijuana is found in Jeffrey's home. There's marijuana. And it's bagged up. It was bought at a dispenser, excuse me. It said Brooklyn, New York on it. That's found in Jeffrey's home. Now Jeffrey, there's all these other people have access to it. There's no drug test that Jeffrey's using marijuana. His hands, his clothing don't have marijuana on it, and nobody's going to tell you. So now he is charged, out of all the people, with Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Arnold, with possession with intent to distribute marijuana. That's count 15. That's the day of his arrest. Next one. It's count 59. Mr. Arnold again, Mr. Kendrick again, and Jeffrey. It's the same thing. It's the day of his arrest. It's May 9, 2022, and found in the home is codeine. There's a lot of codeine in the home. Buckets full. There's all these separate glasses, bottles of codeine. Jeffrey didn't possess it with intent to distribute. It's in the home. That's it. That's it. The next one is 60. Mr. Arnold, Mr. Kendrick, and Jeffrey possessed cocaine. It's the same day of the arrest. This is a small amount of cocaine. I'm not pro-cocaine. This is a small amount of cocaine. Now he's charged with it. Of all the people in the house, they just picked these. Next one. 61. Mr. Arnold, Mr. Kendrick, and Jeffrey, possession of a firearm during the commission of the felony. It's the same date of his arrest when the police took over the home and searched it. And it says that Jeffrey did have on his person, or he conspired with others, parties of crime with others, a Glock 30S firearm, a Glock 357 firearm, F&N firearm, Glock 919 firearm, Smith & Wesson M&P firearm, Glock 45 firearm, which has a converter. While involving the felony of marijuana, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, and possession of cocaine, they're saying that the gun and the drugs are in close proximity to each other. And therefore, having a gun, which is not illegal for Jeffrey, except for the machine gun, converted gun. But if it's near drugs, and guns and drugs should not be together on the wall. You'll have zero evidence that Jeffrey was with a gun near any drugs. There are all these other people at the house. These other people were living at the house all the time. Jeffrey would go from place to place. Jeffrey just got back into our country. He was in Ireland. He was watching Sergio Kitchens perform. He just got back the weekend before. The next count is count 62. Mr. Arnold, Mr. Kendrick, and Jeffrey were in possession of a machine gun, Glock 45 firearm with a converter switch, extended magazine, during the commission or attempted commission of participation in criminal street gang activity, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of cocaine with intent to distribute, possession of cocaine, as alleged in count 57, 58, 59, and 60. You will hear zero evidence that Jeffrey ever touched a gun with a converter. You will hear zero evidence. This is a knowledge. You have to know. We don't trick people. You have to know that the gun is transferred into an illegal machine gun. You'll hear zero evidence that Jeffrey had anything to do with that gun. The purchase of it, the possession of it, even knew it was in the house. Knew that it was a machine gun. That's the count. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the indictment against Jeffrey Luna. That was everything. Jeffrey has been targeted. Jeffrey does not trust the criminal justice system. He spent 10 months to choose you to decide his fate. Jeffrey trusts you. There's a wiretap in this case. There's actually two. Antonio Sumlin's phone, a wiretap. Wiretap just means that it's called wiretap because we used to have phones with wires, and the law enforcement would get into the phone system, the AT&T system, and be able to connect to the wire for that phone. And they can listen to all incoming and outgoing calls. Today, our phones are cellular, but it's the same exact thought. And law enforcement, with the court's permission, or without the court's permission, that's illegal, can get into a cell phone on the frequency so they can capture your Google searches, your text messages, your phone calls, everything you do with that phone, your GPS. And Mr. Garlington's phone was wiretapped. Mr. Sumlin's phone was wiretapped. And you will learn that these people who are so embedded with Jeffrey in crime, Jeffrey's the king slime, the leader of this organization. You know how many conversations in any way they have with Jeffrey? 0. He is not on a wiretap. 0. But others speak about Jeffrey. Hey, we did this for King Slime. He should pay for our lawyers. Jeffrey doesn't pay for anybody's lawyers. Hey, how much will King Slime, the biggest, pay us to kill YSL Lucci, Mr. Bennett, who's in the Fulton County Jail and we have access to him? How much will he pay? Jeffrey pays nothing. He doesn't encourage him. He's not even on there. But everyone talks about it. Oh, yeah. He's going to pay big. That's the big one. He really wants it done. These people don't even know Jeffrey. Jeffrey treats whoever he is with the same. Whether he's with some giant president of a company or he's with somebody from Cleveland Avenue who's been in and out of prison, a gang member. He knows where he came from. He came from nothing. Now he stands before you. We trust you. Jeffrey's not guilty.
some lunch?
Yes.
Good? Okay, all right. What we're going to do at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost the hour is 1:45. Let's come back at 2:45 and we'll see where the day leads us at that point in time. Remember the admonitions that I gave you earlier. They apply to you unless you have any other inquiry of me. Remember, I told you if you leave your headquarters, leave your notepads in there, and remember all the other admonitions I told you about contact and otherwise discussing anything with each other. You're not permitted to do any of that, any other admonitions I gave you. So we'll see you back at 1:45, and like I said, we'll continue with, I'm sorry, 2:40. Okay, all right, I'll give you a few minutes. All right. So, yes, come back at 2:45. All right. Unless there's anything else, ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy your lunch. We'll see you at 2:45. All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, unless there's any other inquiry of me, I'll see you all back at 2:45, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Your Honor, before the court leaves, I just wanted to make certain that I have an opportunity to address the matter that we addressed at the bench during the state's objection. I can wait until after lunch or whatever time the court designates.
It was already taken up and recorded at the bench, so.
That part, not the objection, Your Honor. It was the motion in limine that the state wanted to make that goes along with that. I can wait until whatever time the court designates.
Let's just do it now. What is it?
Okay. Your Honor, I wanted to move the court in limine to preclude any attempt to admit self-serving hearsay if it does not come from Mr. Williams himself. Anything that Mr. Steele has represented to the jury that Mr. Williams thought or felt. Mr. Steele announced at the bench that he expected that information would be coming in through evidence. And so if there is no such evidence at the proper time, the state may move for a mistrial. I don't know what will be done at that time.
Here's the thing. If he doesn't prove what he says and he has already promised that, there are ways to deal with that, so I'll leave that within your wise discretion and lawful means. Mr. Steele, anything else, sir, in terms of that particular conversation? No. All right. So with that, unless there's anything else, we'll go ahead and recess until 2:45, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, we're in recess.
People to work. Not meant for brainwashing. It's whatever the consumer chooses. It's art. It's like reading a book, looking at a painting, watching a movie, reading poetry. It's what you believe it to be. That's what we do, as opposed to Russia. They stop all communications. They censor. The next overt act is March 20, 2015. Jeffery is with Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Mr. Garlington, Mr. Arnold. and they are using their hands to make signs. That's the overt act that furthers, that drives this conspiracy. That's it. Jeffrey didn't even release that photograph. Who releases it? Mr. Garland. Next. It's almost New Year's 2017. Antonio Sumlin also comes from the impossible life that Jeffrey was born into. He's with Jeffrey. There's a social media captioned "Original Slime SHI." Jeffrey saying "Murder Gang BIT," and holding up his fingers. It's YSL. Until we're dead and pale. That's the overt act. That's driving this conspiracy. Next is August 8th of 2019. That is Mr. Bennett. He's a very, very, very prominent musical performer, rap, gangster rap. It's August 8, 2019. And this is Jeffrey's post. Jeffrey did post this. And he wrote, YFN, meaning Mr. Bennett, if I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, and capitalized, I would have been kill you. That's supposed to be this rival, this leader of the YSL, the King Slime, against IFN. And here we go. What they don't tell you, but what you will learn, is the day before, Jeffrey released an album called So Much Fun. YFN Lucy criticized that.
All righty, we're going to take a break here. We're going to be coming back on the other end. We're going to be listening to a little bit more of this opening statement, but also I'm really excited that we're going to be able to take, or I'll be able to take, viewer questions to give to our audience, or rather our guests to answer. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back on the other end. All right, welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. My name is Bob Bianchi. We're here to catch you up on opening statements in the Young Thug RICO trial. Court is currently on their lunch break so far. While we wait for them to return, we can continue to catch you up with the defense attorney, Brian Steele. Very lengthy opening argument. Like I said, on the other end, we're going to wind up getting some questions from YouTube with some new guests on here to be able to answer some of those questions. Really excited about that. Let's get back to the ending of these opening statements.
In social media. That is awful. And what you also will learn is that in 2016, years before, YFM Lucy, he's not as high as Jeffery. He does not have as much fan base or interest. He doesn't make the money that Jeffery does. So YFM Lucy does what all these rappers do. They attach to somebody bigger to promote themselves. Jeffery did that too. He did it with Lil Wayne. He did it with others. In 2016, Mr. Bennett, or YFM Lucy, he released on social media that he has been having sex with Jeffrey's fiancée. So King Slime, all these years, this man saying that he sleeps with Jeffrey's fiancée goes unharmed. Nothing done. This is the post that Jeffrey says. And it's a real threat. If I didn't like what you do, for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you. Doesn't sound like too much of a threat. That's the overdose. The next one is March 12th of 2020. Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams. Now, this is not social media. These are actually conversations that the prosecution subpoenaed from Google or from Instagram or from Twitter or from Facebook. You get all of Jeffrey's statements. This is very invasive. And what happened right before this, and if you look at the date, this is right before COVID hit in 2020 in America. Sergio Kitchens has a dear friend, co-worker.
Okay, so that's pretty much the ending of the opening argument that was just a little bit over 2 hours. Very lengthy, very detailed, interesting argument. Was going to be a very long and protracted trial. So I think the prosecutor's on the run so far, but they got a lot more to go. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at the Law and Crime Network as we kick off our third and final hour of our 3-hour coverage. We're following opening statements today in the Young Thug RICO trial. Rapper Young Thug and 5 co-defendants stand trial on charges of racketeering and participating in a criminal street gang known as YSL. That's short for Young Slime Life. Prosecutors allege that Thug, whose real name is Jeffery Williams, founded the gang in 2012 and rose to prominence through references to gang activity in his song lyrics. The defense alleges, however, that YSL is nothing more than a record label. Court is currently on their lunch break, so while we wait for them to return, let's continue catching you up on the defense attorney Brian Steele opening argument. And yes, for those that have been watching for the previous 2 hours, it is true. We are going to get to viewer questions that are coming through to us on YouTube. I was just in the control room looking at them. They're awesome. Can't wait for it. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the closing, rather the opening arguments.
He is a producer, an engineer, musical engineer. So Sergio Kitchen performs. This other person turns the music, the beats, makes it right, changes lyrics, does whatever they do. This producer or engineer's name is Chandler Durham. He goes by Turbo. And Turbo's car was stolen. And in that car are beats, lyrics that cannot be reproduced. They're the only copy. They're in a hard drive in this car. The car is stolen. And it is alleged that Mr. Huey's friends or acquaintances or people that Mr. Huey knew took that car. Not that Mr. Huey did it, but that he knew who did do it, who has that property. And Jeffrey writes to him, if you don't take it back, he's going to die. Give back the property. You will learn that no one died. You will learn that the property was never given back. That is the real leader of this feared criminal street gang. He's ignored. That's it. That's March 12, 2020. The next one is February 4, 2021. Now this again is the personal chat. Trentavious Stevens, he grew up with Jeffery. They exchanged clothing, dirty clothing. They went hungry together. And Woonie Lee is also a up-and-coming musical artist that Jeffrey wanted to sign, but Woonie Lee went to another record label. Jeffrey supports him to encourage his career. And this is February 4th of 2021. And what the indictment did by the prosecution through the grand jury is they put this together, and this is bad. I understand when you read it.
Objection to your argument.
This reads, YSL rule the world, kid. 24M on an N head. Y'all just start bringing me the money. Man, y'all N's stop playing with me. So when you read that, it sounds like there's a contract on someone's head. Kill him, start bringing me the money. Stop playing with me. That's threatening. What you will learn is what the prosecutor did was they took these checks from various days. This is over a 3-day period. This is February 4th, 2021, all the way up to February 7th of 2021. And they cut out all of the context. And what you will learn is that on February 4th of 2021, Jeffrey wrote, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N's head. What happened on February 4th, 2021 that was released on social media and went around the world is one of Jeffrey's artists that he signed. he developed, he encouraged, and who made it. This person had a supposed, maybe it's real, supposed $24 million pink diamond and had it surgically implanted into his forehead. There is a photograph next to YSL Rule the World Kid, 24M on his head. There's a photograph. If you click on it, it is the rapper with the surgically implanted pink diamond in his forehead. The police bury this. The prosecution buries this. I will show it to you. Now, the evidence will show, they may say, oh, it's on. We made a mistake. There's no mistakes here. This is a big deal. This is a bill of indictment in Fulton County, Georgia in 2023.
Your Honor, argument.
That is misrepresenting. You will learn. You will see it. It has nothing to do with put a contract on someone's life. That's the evidence that's coming at you. You'll start, bring me the money. Y'all, and stop playing with me.
Okay, and here we go. This is the first time I'm actually doing this in a really long time, and I've always loved doing this from years ago at the Law and Crime Network, and I love that you guys are watching and you're putting your questions in. They're always so perceptive, and I love being able to be on a show where we have real talent that can answer these questions because they have the background and experience to do it, only here on the Law and Crime Network. So we have Sonny Slaughter with us. I say Jersey girl. I don't want anybody to get upset. That's a phrase we use in Jersey. There's no disrespect meant in that. She refers to herself as such. Sonny is a good friend. She's a law enforcement instructor, and if you watch her social media, obviously makes a mean dish. The other day I was watching it. It looked delicious. And Bridget Williams is a trial attorney, and to my heart, a former prosecutor. So that's all good here. Okay, guys, listen. You know, our audience here at the Law and Crime Network, they watch these shows. They're really perceptive. I'd say any lawyer that's trying a case should be looking at the questions that our audience are asking, because this is what's going on in the minds of the jurors, and a lot of times as lawyers we forget that. So let's start with Fillmore Tim from YouTube. Okay, I'm going to do this to you, Sonny. What qualifies as a gang expert if they weren't around a gang? So that's what really like. So what qualifies as what to be a gang expert? I guess if you weren't in a gang or you weren't around a gang, how can that happen in a courtroom?
So usually a law enforcement expert that is also a gang expert or someone that is a gang expert has had some type of background, may have worked undercover, also has studied gang, the terminology, the behaviors, the actions, maybe have written about it, but they have some extensive knowledge of gang behaviors and gang actions and activities. So they are usually studied. Now, you know, as a former prosecutor, both of you, not anybody can just be a gang expert because the courts are going to qualify them. The prosecutor is going to tear them apart, or the defense is going to tear them apart. So they have to have some level of extensive knowledge about gangs, gang activity.
Yeah, and I always like to fill this in when you look at the evidence rules, right? Because that's like the Bible as to what gets into evidence in a courtroom. An expert doesn't have to necessarily be a part of anything. They just have to have a specialized knowledge that's recognized by the court that gives them more knowledge than the average Ken, they call it, or average understanding of an individual. And it's up to the jury to make a decision as to whether or not that training and experience they have is worthy of belief or not worthy of belief. So you will see, it's a great question, because you will see attorneys cross-examine an expert to say, well, you were never in a gang, or you didn't do this, or you really don't have practical knowledge, you have book knowledge. So they get admitted as an expert, but the level of credibility or value of that testimony is always left to the jury to make that determination. Bridget, let's go on to Ruth Ann Halshak from YouTube. The question here is, Jeffrey is part of an organization as per the state. When using RICO, isn't it that if one in the organization commits a crime, then everyone in the organization is charged? And I asked my producer, and I'm gonna see if I scroll down if I got an answer to it. TIA was after to show you how old I'm getting. I'm like, what does TIA mean? Thanks in advance, of course. You're welcome, Ruth Ann. It's MP. My pleasure. Bridget.
That was good. That was good.
Yeah.
So to answer her question, the question was, if one person is found to be a part of RICO, is everyone also a part of RICO? I think that's what the question was. And the answer to that is just no. And so when we talk about if one individual is saying, okay, well, I've been involved in an organized crime where there was fraudulent or illegal activity going on in order to produce a profit, who's to say that Mr. Jeffery or YSL Young Thug was a part of that as well? And so that's the reason why the defense counsel is going through every single one of these instances. He's taking his time and he's going through every instance with a fine-tooth comb to say that YSL Young Thug was not involved in these specific instances, to show that he was not involved in this racketeering charge at all. So there could have been other members who were involved, but that does not mean that Young Thug was, and it's the prosecution's job to prove through every element that it was in fact Mr. Jeffery YSL Young Thug that was involved in this charge.
Well, let me follow up with you on that answer, because I think it gets to the other one that Akalia from Lancaster from YouTube asked. If a jury finds one guilty, do they have to find them all guilty, considering it is a RICO trial?
Well, it goes back to that finding of has the prosecution found every person that's been involved guilty of this particular charge, not just the prosecution, the jurors, excuse me. And so when the prosecution, have they fulfilled their burden? Once we get to just, okay, people have been arrested, okay, that's a lower burden. That's, have they been arrested? Has the police officers, they can arrest them if there's enough evidence to prove the elements by probable cause. But the prosecution has the burden to go even further and prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's where we are now. And so if they can do that and the jurors believe that every element is proven beyond a reasonable doubt for this particular defendant, only this defendant, then the state can move forward and say, okay, well, now we are going to move forward to the sentencing, and that person will be charged with this or convicted of this particular offense.
Okay, Sonny, let's go to Tallgrass from YouTube, and the question is, do you think the state stopping the defense opening statement, helped or hurt them?
Well, I think it was necessary to get in what they wanted to get in, the information that they wanted to get in. Now, whether it's hurt them will be up to the jury, whether they perceive that particular stoppage as hurting, even though they were not present. So I can't say and won't say whether it hurt or harmed them, because it was a part of the opening statement and it might be confusing to the jury, but I think on the defense's side, it felt necessary.
Yeah, and just to follow, I think that we're talking about the motion where they're asking for a mistrial because the slides were not provided. Right. And again, I think that even if a jury isn't listening to all the arguments, they have a very good sense of what's going on in that courtroom. And my sensibility to answer, at least from my standpoint, was as a prosecutor, I don't want the jury knowing or having the judge giving me that look. A lot of times communication is occurring that's not verbal, that I've done something wrong. So I think if the defense is right, you don't want to object a lot in the openings, but that could be something that comes back to bite the defense in the backside, because they look at the judge very carefully in terms of how the judge rules on things. Now, let me just follow up with you on that, Sonny. Baritone 90 from YouTube also asks, if a prosecutor objects, do they have to wait on the judge to return for a ruling?
Yes.
So pretty much,
they need to, yes, they need to wait for the judge to determine whether or not there was a reason for them to object, or they just can't keep going and going. The judge may make a decision right then, or the judge may put it off later after hearing additional evidence. But yes.
Okay, and Bridget, let me ask you, do you think that the judge, this is really a great question. Do you think the judge comes off biased in the case?
I don't think he comes off as biased. I mean, one, the trial's just getting started. We have quite some time in this trial. So we have about, I think they project at least 6 months in this particular trial. He does show that he is frustrated with the prosecution and the actions that they have taken so far when they presented evidence in voir dire that they should not have. But that was right. He should have showed that frustration because, like he stated, he gave the prosecution over 10 days to provide all evidence, all discovery to the defense counsel. And so if you are going to be putting anything in front of a jury, anything that is evidence or just something that shows that they're going to be playing throughout the trial, then the state has the responsibility, the ethical responsibility to provide all of that to defense counsel. And if they do not, then that is a problem. And Mr. Steele, defense counsel, rightfully so, I would have done the exact same thing, filed a motion for a mistrial. And so even though that was denied, he did his job by saying, okay, well, we understand that that was something that was presented to this jury. It should not have been shown. And we're going to move for a mistrial.
Right. Okay. Tall Glass had asked that question as well, and I just want to give him my little 2 cents about this. There is a dance that goes on in a courtroom between a judge and the attorneys that are trying the case. Now, sometimes judges can be over excessive, no question about it. But if a judge gets to a point where they think that their ruling has been flagrantly violated, or they believe that they need to put you in control as a lawyer, they will start to allow that to bleed over into the courtroom and in front of the jury as kind of a spanking to say, don't make me have to do that again. So it's kind of a push and a pull. Again, some go too far in doing that, but sometimes they also want to show that frustration, and that has a leveling factor in front of the jury. There's no doubt about it, because as a lawyer, you don't want to look bad in the eyes of the judge, because the jurors really respect the judge more than any of the other people involved in the court process. Awesome questions. Keep them coming. We got a lot more. We have to take a break. Really love doing this. Can't wait to continue on the other end. Please stay with us. Away we go. As we wait for court to return from their lunch recess, we have questions and answer session here where we're taking your questions, and they're coming across on our YouTube channel. So let me go with try to piece a couple of these together. So I think it's Bryn West from YouTube. Ladies, asked the following question. What do you think of attorney Brian Steele? That's the defense attorney. And Tallgrass, again from YouTube, asked the question, what is your opinion as to which was better, the state opening or Steele? So, Bridget, let me start with you. What do you think generally is Steele's opening? I think most lawyers would say it was a lengthy one, not that there's a time limit on it, and it was very detailed, where defense attorneys typically don't do that. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think you summarized it very well. It was extremely lengthy, but this is going to be a very lengthy trial. And so he is trying to get ahead of the state's case in chief. This is the time that Mr. Steele has to present all of his evidence before the state brings their case in chief. In any trial, the state gets to go first, right? So they bring their case in chief, and then the defense has their opportunity to bring their case in chief. But prior to that, this is the opportunity for him to lay out specific instances and say, well, this is what the evidence will show. This is what we anticipate will be happening. And so he's going through those things very carefully and explaining to the jury, this is what we anticipate will be coming up in this trial. And he's also trying to explain it to the jury. This is the reason why this happened. This is why this happened. This is what is being considered an overt act. This is what the state is saying, is really tying Young Thug to this racketeering charge, and what is not. And so he's trying to explain to the jurors, well, these instances really shouldn't be tying him to these charges before the state has the opportunity to say, these are the instances that tie him to this charge.
Yeah, and so I just want to get into that and just follow up with you on that. A lot of there is truth that you have to tactically do things differently in each trial. And while defense typically it has no burden. It doesn't have to even give an opening statement. And then typically they don't give a very detailed one. I like the idea he came out forcefully and was attacking the prosecution's case, because we all know the opening is the most important thing in a case. It's where the jurors start to formulate their mind right from the beginning, and he needed to counteract that. So let me follow up with the question, do you think that when you balance what he did here, did he, in your mind, do a better job than the prosecution did in the job? And I'm trying to look for who one of the folks here asked this question. And let's go to Maisha from YouTube, because she asked this question: do you think these extended opening statements hurt or help the prosecution? We haven't been able to pull the pieces together yet, and it feels overwhelming already. Bridget, I'm going back to you, because as a trial lawyer, if I'm a prosecutor and one of my people is looking at this and they're telling me when I go back into my office that Maisha is saying that she feels that she doesn't have the pieces pulled together and the opening statements are really long, I got the burden of proof. I'm nervous as a prosecutor when I read that question.
Well, that's true. First of all, a lot of people don't have a very long attention span. So we start there. We have to make sure that we start out the gate getting the jurors' attention. And so, but the issue is that in this type of case, in this racketeering type of case, there are so many moving factors. The state alone is projected to bring over 400 witnesses. And so when you talk about that, there's no way that their opening statement is going to be 10 minutes long. That they can't cover everything that they need to cover in 10 minutes. They have to at least go into some of those specific details to show this is where we're going to be going throughout this trial. It's kind of like a roadmap. And so they are trying to set that precedent to show the jury, okay, this is where we're going. Right. But the issue is that it's difficult for individuals to follow that. But as they continue to go out throughout that trial, they'll be able to reference back. Well, remember an opening statement I said this this was going to happen. Remember in opening statement, we talked about this and that the evidence wasn't going to show that. That's what they're doing. They're just planting seeds. And so that way, when we get to the trial, they'll be able to say, well, I talked about that in opening statements, and each of you promised to follow the law.
Well,
so that's what they're doing.
I'll tell you what, Miesha, if I were to read this, that you haven't been able to pull the pieces together yet, and it feels overwhelming as a prosecutor who's got the burden of proof, of proving a case beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm nervous I didn't put it together in a way that the jury understands. I'm just saying. Let me go to you, Sonny, on this one, because it was some tall grass again was asking which, in your opinion, was better, the state or the opening, and I want to caveat this, because what does better mean? Well, we go to Miesha there, and I'm kind of moving around with people's questions. If she's a little overwhelmed and she doesn't know if they're putting it together, I don't like that from a factual standpoint for the state. But I'm going to give you another one. I'm not sure if you saw this, Sonny. There was an issue where the prosecutor in the opening statement, in my mind, got dangerously close. In fact, I think, at least from New Jersey standards, it would be an appellate issue of monumental problems in burden shifting. When the prosecutor's saying, you're not going to hear anyone from my case, say that they were in a gang or something to this effect. But, where's the information coming from? Otherwise, you're not going to hear that it's not true. In other words, saying, and there was an objection at that point in time, there was burden shifting that went on there. You never comment on a defendant's right to remain silent or anything that could be inferred in a defendant's right to remain silent. So to answer Tallgrass's question, at least from where I come from, is I got Miesha over here who's a little bit overwhelmed in not knowing what the facts are, and I got a prosecutor who, in my opinion, created a matzo ball of a major legal issue right in the beginning of the case. That was very amateurish to me, which I would imagine this is a sophisticated and experienced prosecutor. Thoughts?
I agree with your assessment, and also being from New Jersey and starting my entire life out with New Jersey criminal law and how things unfold. A prosecutor should never ever make that type of mistake, because that also sits in the minds of a juror. Oh, so the defendants might not testify, they might not be able to say this. All of those factors play into, as you said, a potential appellate court decision and the defense counsel having to object. These are crucial moments, and this is a RICO case. This is not a small case. I also heard the defense attorney really lay out some nuggets about law enforcement, due process, and everything that, may come into question. So I think it's really important that burden shifting never happen, and that the jury is also paying attention. Now, Miesha might not have the nuggets all put together, and the roadmap might not look like it's going straight, but that might be problematic as Miesha and others, I should say, continue to listen to the case and say, well, wait a minute, the prosecution said this in defense. It caused an objection, and will this somehow be problematic later?
And look, at least where we come from, it is drilled in our head as prosecutors. Drilled. Don't say anything that could even possibly, in 1 million connective points, be perceived as burden shifting or commenting on a defendant's right to remain silent. Because even if the prosecutor didn't mean to do that, at least a conservative appellate court, or a liberal, I guess if you want to say, like in New Jersey, love to reverse convictions because they believe prosecutors went over that sacrosanct line. It just is not necessary to throw into a trial. Okay, we got one more before we had to take Bridget. This is a great question. It's from Ashley Perry from YouTube. When we have a witness on the stand, will each lawyer cross-examine for their defendant, their client, or are there certain witnesses that only pertain to one person?
That's a very good question, Ashley. So whenever there is a witness that comes on the stand, there may be where the defense counsel for Young Thug, he decides that he wants to cross-examine this particular witness, and then the other counsel, if they choose to, they can do so. And so it is up to them if they have questions that they want to cross-examine this particular witness about. The state has provided the witness list to all defense counsel, and so everyone knows knows who's going to be coming up or can potentially be coming up as a witness. And so they should be prepared for cross-examination on any of those witnesses that may be coming up in this trial.
Yeah, I could tell you as a trial trainer, Ashley, that every lawyer has a right to question every single witness that comes on that witness stand. That is a great question, but a really good nuanced question is just because you can, ladies, you know this, doesn't mean you should. And on that note, we're going to take a break. We'll be back. Please stay with us. Okay, while we wait for the court to return the Young Thug racketeering case, we are on a lunch recess right now. We have some questions and answers, taking your questions, the viewers from YouTube. They've been great, and my awesome guests have been doing a great job in answering them. Sonny, let me go to you on, and this is such an interesting question in terms of the court dynamics and what really goes on inside that courtroom, because we are human beings, and when we see it on TV, it looks a certain way. It's kind of a dress rehearsal, kind of a play, if you will. So Munch, I think it's M-O-N-C-H from YouTube. Would the judge call recess if he notices the jury being antsy or falling asleep?
Yeah, sometimes the judge might say, we probably need to take a little break. But usually they're focused more on what is happening, the other dynamics, and the clerk might motion to the judge that people are falling asleep. But that can happen.
Yeah, and my experience, Bridget, I'm sure you've seen this as well as Sonny, is the judge is, like I said before, a very powerful figure. And why is that? Because the jury looks at the judge as the person that doesn't have an interest in the game, that they're the arbiter between the defense and the prosecution. And the judge is always giving them something. The judge is giving them their breaks and their lunch. And the judges are always so kind, typically speaking, most judges, to the jurors. So the jurors really look up to the judge. That's why you don't want to get a judge's ire in front of that jury unless you really have to. But judges typically are very, very responsive to jurors who may be tired or antsy, or they may not feel well, or things of that nature. So Inquiring Mind from YouTube asked kind of an additional question. Inquiring Mind asked, this case is too much for this judge. That's the opinion of this individual person. You can comment on that if you'd like. And the second question is, how are judges selected for big cases?
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. So let's go to if this is too much for this judge. I'm not really sure exactly what we mean there, but when we say is it too much, I don't think it's too much for him. I think he's handling it actually quite well. He has made sure that he has reined in or any issues that the prosecution may have brought up, or even the defense counsel. He's making sure that everything stays on track. And he is very cognizant of what's going on. He rules on the objections immediately. He's making sure that he pays attention to everything that's going on in this particular case and to the jurors. So I think he's doing a great job. And so when we talk about if it's too much, I don't think it's too much. Now, how are judges selected? That may be a state-by-state thing, but here in Texas, where I am, the judges are selected at random. Really, whenever a case is presented to the district attorney's office and then it moves from the district attorney's office to an actual court, it is done at a selection at random. So there's not a way that it's just, this judge is going to have that case. No, it's a random process, and it falls into this particular judge's court.
Yeah, okay, interesting. I want to go to a question. Jesselyn here from Twitter asked Sonny, what was the purpose of the plea deals when the state is not even allowed to mention the deals to the jury, and most defendants are allowed to plead the fifth? I thought the main reason behind offering them, I assume plea deals, was to get, quote, the head of YSL, Young Thug.
So when they offer them a plea deal, they're usually looking for something in return. There's some negotiation factors there. There's some additional information that they want. But plea deals are not unusual. They can be expected. This is a RICO case, and you usually want something, But if you don't get what you need, then the plea deals are taken off of the table. The individual has the opportunity sometimes to go back and say yes, usually before the trial starts, because afterwards, folks don't want to do that. But then in some cases, if the prosecution feels like they can, and the defense attorney wants to go and make that opportunity for them, but you don't necessarily want to talk about the plea deals, because if they have not been accepted, then it's almost like, in my opinion, they were not offered. So there's no need to have that discussion around something that was not taken.
Yeah, now, I'm not sure exactly if I understand the nature of the question, but I will say this just so that we can round that out. Most courts have evidence rules that do not allow the discussion of plea agreements to be admitted into evidence. Again, it's one of those evidence rules because they know that that would chill agreements where they could resolve cases. However, when somebody does take a plea deal, and if that plea deal is to testify favorably for the government and the government uses that individual as a witness, it's almost certain that the defense attorney is going to be able to cross-examine that witness to say, well, you're only testifying favorably for the prosecution because of what they call expectation of benefit. You expect to get a benefit for your plea deal. So a plea deal that's not accepted or a plea deal that's offered as part of a settlement that's not accepted is rarely, if ever, admissible in a courtroom in general, unless there's a specific reason why it would be. But a plea deal that is accepted and then the person gets on the witness stand for the state, you can be assured the defense is going to bring it. In fact, you can be assured the prosecutor, a good prosecutor, is going to bring that out in direct examination because they know it's coming with the defense. I'm curious, Bridget, in terms of your thoughts as to whether or not, I don't know if there were time limits, and this is a question that Nessie 1015 asked, for each lawyer to present the opening arguments, but in my experience, typically speaking, most judges don't put time limits on. What should be the time limits? How do you as a lawyer make a decision as to how much is enough or how much becomes too much?
You're correct in that most judges do not put time limits on them, especially on a case of this magnitude. On smaller cases, let's say a DWI or something like that, assault that may be a misdemeanor, there will be judges that will put time limits on your voir dire or even your opening statements as well. And so that has happened. It's happened to me quite a few times. But in a case of this magnitude, the court generally doesn't do it because, again, there are so many witnesses that are going to be coming here. There's so much evidence. There's so many specific instances that these attorneys are going to be going over in this trial. And so they're not going over each specific instance in specific detail. They're just kind of grazing over it. And so the judge is giving them some free will and free reign here to go over it. I think every case is a case-by-case basis when we're deciding how long an opening statement should be. We don't want it to be too long to where we lose the jurors and they're not paying attention to us, but it should be enough to give them a roadmap of where we're going, what to expect, and what we're going to be seeing as we go throughout this trial.
Yeah, that's really great. So listen, I think we're going to take a break, but when we come back, if we do have time, there's a great question that Tallgrass is asking, and I want everybody to think about it before we take this break because it brings in a lot about nuance and evidence in the case, and that's this issue about whether or not we think the lyrics should be used against these artists as part of the evidence in the case. Hopefully we'll be able to get to that question. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us. welcome back. So while we're waiting for the lunch break, we got the questions coming in from the viewers on YouTube. And Tall Glass from YouTube, I teased your question, and it created quite a bit of 3 minutes of spirited dialogue with my guests here. And so it's a great question. And the question is, in case you're just joining us, do you think the lyrics should be used against the artist? Bridget, we'll start with you.
You know, so I'm a defense attorney, and I'm a defense attorney through and through. And when I say that I don't think that the lyrics should be a part of the record, I truly mean that. I think that it's a bit overreaching. Unless the state has exact evidence from the lyrics that tie to a particular offense, then it shouldn't be admissible. During our break, we talked about the difference between admissibility and credibility. And sometimes the judges, they will allow the lyrics in because they were saying that it is admissible because it's relevant, right? And it's up to the jurors to decide if it is in fact credible or related to what's going on in this particular situation. But I feel like it gives the state an opportunity to overreach, and they can bring in all the lyrics or conversations from different aspects that they choose to. Like, where do we draw the line at? Where do we say, okay, well, this is enough. That's enough. We shouldn't be bringing in additional evidence from a lyric or a song that may be completely unrelated. We have no idea what that means.
Bridget brought the fire in terms of denying the prosecution. I'm going to play the prosecutor role at some point in time, ladies, or maybe the judicial role, as I give Sonny an opportunity to answer the question that's being asked right now by Tall Glass, which is, do you think the lyrics should be used against the artists?
I think when the lyrics are used, because I've had this happen and I was working on the prosecution side, but it can be problematic in the sense that the jury may perceive the lyrics to be one thing. And when you think about rap lyrics, and you have to think about culture, you have to think about lifestyle, you have to think about reason and why these lyrics were created. And unless the jury can put themselves in that particular mindset to think about all of the nuances that are related to rap lyrics that they may or may not understand, I think it could play either it can play for the prosecution, against the defense, and be problematic for the jury.
Okay, I as the judge will sit here and say, I think that Tall Glass is a great question. It really gets down to our evidence rules, and the evidence rules is all evidence that's relevant is admissible. And if it doesn't make a difference whether or not you think it's right or it's wrong, unless under a Rule 403, the judge finds that it could lead to undue consumption of time or confusion of issues to the jury. What the judges typically say in cases like this is, I'm going to allow it to be admitted, but whether the jury believes it or not, you can make that argument to them down the road. At least that's how I see most judges ruling on a situation like that. But these ladies certainly have presented both sides of an argument because it can be abused. But you know what? That's the defense attorney's job to do, to say that it, in fact, was abused. So that is a great question that brings us to evidence rules and the practicality of what happens in a courtroom. The evidence gets in, one side gets something, one side doesn't get something. So it's so important to know your evidence rules. Ladies, we got a couple more great questions here. So let's go to Christina from YouTube. She asks, if the ones who took plea deals don't testify, will their deals be revoked? Now, let's, for purposes of assuming this question is that the plea deal that they took required them to testify truthfully in court. So I'm going to modify that a little bit to say if ones that took plea deals to testify truthfully in court don't testify, Bridget, what happens to their plea deals?
Well, so whenever someone takes a plea agreement, then they are telling the court, because they have to take the plea in front of a judge, that they are going to abide by the terms of this particular plea agreement, right? And so they are saying to that judge, under oath, I'm going to abide by the terms of this agreement. And so if they choose not to do so, then yes, then the state can change whatever that agreement is down the line through a hearing, right? If they are going to do that. And so it is they should be abiding by the terms if they want to continue to have the benefit of that plea agreement, or for the state to abide by the terms of what they said they would be getting.
Yeah, Sonny, I think you're going to probably pretty much agree with that. And the only reason I'm going to ask you is that I got 2 speed round questions for you ladies before we end the show. But would you like to amplify on that answer, or are you going to stick with it?
I stick with I agree with Bridget's everything.
All right.
On point.
All right, ladies, got 2 speed round questions. We got about 60 seconds to answer them. GME to the moon. GME to the moon. Okay, ask, how much money will this trial cost taxpayers? An estimate, Sonny?
At least $20 million.
All right. How about you, Bridget?
It's a 6-month trial. It's going to cost quite a bit of money.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it certainly will. Okay, we got 1 minute left, ladies. So Talgless again from YouTube is going to ask, I'll start with you, Sonny. Do you feel the case was charged correctly?
Well, based on what they have presented so far, I believe that RICO fits what law enforcement and the prosecution has said.
How about you, Bridget? I got about 15 seconds.
I do think it was charged correctly. It's now up to the defense counsel to show that it is not enough for conviction.
Yeah. It's very, very difficult when you're making these charging decisions. You bring a RICO in, you're bringing in all sorts of conduct. But to the question that had been asked before, you can make it very confusing for a jury, and prosecutors don't want jurors to be confused. Ladies, thank you for those excellent questions. I know it's hard to answer things that are on the spot like that. That's it for me, but don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for our regularly scheduled program. I'll see you next Tuesday. Have a great rest of the week.
Listen.
Radio check.
I can't hear you.
He said repeat all again after.
So what, Judge?
He said repeat all again after.
I'm good. I can't hear you. If you can hear me, hold on just a second.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, members of the jury, you good? Yes. All right, that's like what I like to hear. We're going to go ahead and continue with a presentation of opening statements. At this point in time, who is the next person to give openings? Or?
Williams.
All right, Ms. D. Williams, you are welcome to begin whenever you like, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hope everybody had a good lunch. So I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I have the privilege of representing Rodriguez Ryan over there in the back. Poor, young, convenient. That's all it takes to become a target of the state. I'm going to break that down for you. Poor. Rodriguez was born on a couch. Let that sink in. He was born on a couch. From day one that he was brought into this world, he has been fighting to survive. The hospital was only 5 minutes away. I don't want to throw a school under the bus or anything, but the elementary school and middle school that he went to, 98% of the children there were on free or reduced lunch. What that means is they lived at the national or under the national poverty level. At one point, the Atlanta public school system was under scrutiny. They accused educators of cheating the students. The DA kept going around saying, we got to think of the children, we have to think of the children. These children are victims. The only time the state cares about poor people is when they can exploit them. For the RICO trial for APS, they got a conviction of educators. And they didn't give any of those students any...
Depending on our cases, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And in this case, they're trying to get a teenager for RICO. Young. Growing up on Cleveland Avenue is a very dangerous, destitute place. Rodriguez learned early that he needed to adapt. And he did what most teenagers and preteens do. They mimic. I remember when I was younger, growing up on social media, I used to hold up a C symbol all the time because I used to love this group called Cold Rain. It was my favorite group. I used to hashtag everything, cold rain, cold rain, cold rain. After every post, it would be cold rain. It would be rain emojis. Fortunately for me, I didn't grow up poor, so the state didn't care what I was doing. Unlike Rodriguez, if I had grown up on Cleveland Avenue with all these rain emojis and C, I would have been accused of being a Crip. I would have been a gang member.
Argument. I sustain this.
They would have said that I was...
Oh, that. You can go ahead and continue, madam.
Thank you. They would have said my rainy emoji fit some murder that happened. Convenient. Rodriguez is here because when he was 15 years old, the state told this incredible tale of murder, and when you're young and you don't have the means, it's hard to refute those claims. From the age of 15, Rodriguez has been in 3 different prison systems. He's been to juvenile detention because they were holding him for the murder. He went to Fulton County waiting for the murder, and once he finally turned 18, they sent him to the Department of Correction. And I don't know about you, but a lot of people in here haven't been to prison. But if you've ever gone to prison, you would know it's overcrowded, it's underfunded, it's violent, and you have predators everywhere. And unlike maybe college or a new job, you don't get an orientation when you first go to prison to figure out how you need to do anything. Rodriguez had to do what he's had to do since day one, survive in prison. And if you look at Rodriguez, you can see he's maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. So he posts things. He posts things on Instagram. And I wouldn't even call them Instagram posts. I would call it a survival post. He has to boast. He has to be boastful. He has to show people, this is what I have. Because he has to protect himself. It's prison.
So you put poor, young, and convenient together, and what do you have? You have the perfect scapegoat for the state. This indictment has 28 co-defendants. And the prosecutors keep saying, we're trying to clean up the streets of Atlanta. We're cleaning up Fulton County. We're trying to drive crime down. You just heard me say Rodriguez is in prison. The jurors got it wrong in that murder case, and they convicted him. He's going to be there for life. They're not cleaning up the streets of Atlanta. They're cleaning up the prisons. And I promise you, the people in the prison, the wardens, they know how to handle their inmates. They don't need the DA's help. They have it.
Objection.
Out of 65 counts in this indictment that you guys had to listen to, Rodriguez is only in one count. He's only in RICO. That's it. Out of 190 overt acts, Rodriguez has 8 of those acts. 3 of them are for the murder that I've already told you about. 5 of them are survivor posts. He has to do these posts so he can survive prison. So why are me and Rodriguez here? Because the state was to put on a show. Rodriguez is less than 1% of this whole indictment. This reminds me of this anime named Bleach, where it's 16 seasons. Every episode is about 18, 20 episodes. Sorry, every season is 18 to 20 episodes. And they have season 4 and 5. They have these bouts. They're the villains of the whole thing in season 4 and season 5. The main characters are trying to get them out of soul society. You go to season 6, you don't hear about the bounce. You go to season 7, you don't hear about the bounce. Why don't you hear about these important characters? Because they're filler characters. It's a filler season. Me and Rodriguez, we're fillers. We're not integral to the story. They just drag him out of prison to jail to make this bigger than it has to be. We're basically distractions. So, as a juror, what can you do to tell the state, we're not going to be distracted? We don't need to listen to filler. You come back at the end of this with a not guilty for Rodriguez Ryan. You tell them we do not want to waste our time on fillers. We just want to get to substance. So I guess sit back, enjoy the show, get some popcorn, because this is not justice, this is a circus. Thank you.
All right. Who else wishes to make home say? Mr. Apt? All right, go right ahead, sir.
It is more important that innocence be protected than it is that guilt be punished. For guilt and crimes are so frequent in this world. That's a quote from the man who wrote into our Constitution what the presumption of innocence means. His name was John Adams. He was the second president of the United States, right after George Washington. Why is that quote important? Why is the presumption of innocence important? Why did that get included in our great Constitution? Because we want to make sure that we don't accidentally send innocent people to prison. Innocent people don't get punished. I have the great honor of representing Diamante Kendrick, who's sitting in the gray vest at council table with me, along with my co-counsel, Doug Weinstein. Doug, stayed up so everyone can see. Also, you'll meet or hear from, at times, Katie Hingerty. She was here yesterday. She was the tall woman with blonde hair. And the three of us have the great honor and privilege of defending Mr. Kendrick. I've been practicing law here in Atlanta for almost 30 years, exclusively representing innocent people like Mr. Kendrick. He is not guilty. He is not guilty of every accusation and every count in the indictment that the state alleges. Let me say it a third time, just so you're clear. He is not guilty of every single charge against him. he is presumed innocent, as our great Constitution demands. And we won't have to prove anything to you, as the judge told you. The burden will always lie on the state, and boy, is it a high burden, beyond reasonable doubt. Now, it's not a mathematical certainty. The judge, Judge Granville, who's a great judge, by the way, and very smart, and knows the law really well, will instruct you as to all the law. None of the lawyers will. But that beyond reasonable doubt standard is a tough standard for them to meet. And the evidence in this case against my client is so very weak. The state's not going to be able to come anywhere near the standard required. My client, Mr. Kendrick, grew up here in Atlanta in a tough neighborhood. He did not come from money. He was poor, hungry, deprived, socioeconomically disadvantaged. But he had a loving mother, a mother who's been with him the entire time of this case and will be every day. And she made sure that he had the best upbringing that he could. You heard Mr. Steele earlier talk about the disadvantage of how Mr. Williams was brought up, and my client had a similar upbringing. It was tough. Food, clothing were sparse. But he dreamt of a better life for himself and for his family. And through hard work, through creativity, maybe a little luck and fortitude, he became a very successful musical artist, a rapper. Now, despite Mr. Kendrick's mom's best efforts, he did get into some trouble. And we acknowledge that. We don't hide from it. We don't skirt it. Mr. Kendrick, you'll find out when to prison between 2015 and 2020. So, the state is actually living because during those years, he's locked up. He can't possibly be committing any crimes they've alleged. You'll also hear that he pled guilty to a crime right here in Fulton County in 2017 while he was locked up. And he admits that wrongdoing. He owns it. He paid his debt to society. But he also worked hard and obtained success in the music industry. And not just for fame or money. Mr. Kendrick did it because he wanted to give back to his community, a community that was disadvantaged. And that's exactly what he did when he got successful. He did tremendous civic duty. You'll hear evidence that he volunteered, he helped coach a youth football team, and he gave back to his community. He gave back because he knew it was the right thing to do. Now the state, and the evidence will show, the state, the police, and the prosecution want to use Mr. Kendrick's past. They put it in the indictment. Despite having paid his debt to society, the state is going to use his prior conviction to try to bootstrap these old crimes that he's already paid his debt for to get you, to convince you that he's guilty of these new offenses. They're going to try to get a second bite of the apple, despite the fact that he served his time, that he pled guilty. They want you to find him guilty again because of a debt he's already paid. And that's not right. They can't prove, using actual evidence in this case, the new crimes that they're alleging in the indictment, so they have to get you to pay attention to the old past he left behind. The evidence will show that he is not guilty of the charges in the indictment, and that the police and the prosecution's case is so incredibly weak. But they have to distract you with the old Mr. Kendrick, the Mr. Kendrick that paid his debt and pled guilty and served his time. It's like a bad magic trick. You ever see a bad magician who's like, look over here, while they're picking your pocket? That's the evidence the state wants you to pay attention to. I've been involved in a lot of RICO and murder cases in my career, in almost 30 years of doing this job. But the judge told you, and the prosecution told you, this case is unique, different. Why? It's going to take months. There are going to be hundreds of witnesses. It is massive. It's definitely the biggest case that any of us have ever been in. Maybe the biggest case in the history of the state of Georgia. Why is that? Lots of murder cases, gang cases, RICO cases take 1, 2, maybe 3 weeks to try at most. Why is this case going to take months? I'll tell you why. Because the evidence will show the government has got to drag in hundreds of witnesses to dance around the weak actual case that they have. They've got to bring in 5 experts to tell you what a gang is. They've got to bring in an expert to tell you what an Infinity is, an Infinity automobile. They've got to bring in dozens and dozens of witnesses that are not going to say, Mr. Kendrick committed a murder. Mr. Kendrick possessed or sold drugs. Mr. Kendrick possessed illegal firearms. They're going to tell you everything under the sun that dances around the facts and hope that after hundreds and hundreds of witnesses, you're either so confused or so worn down that you'll believe the state's theory. If the case were direct and the evidence were true, it wouldn't take long to trial, because they bring to court someone to say, I saw Mr. Kendrick kill Donovan Thomas. They don't have that. And we're going to talk about what else they don't have, but they don't have enough evidence to prove my client guilty of any of these charges. And so to put lipstick on a pig, they've got to try and bury you with hundreds of witnesses that won't tell you that my client's guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Why not bring in someone to say, Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints were on a firearm. Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints were on a bag of drugs. Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints were in the Infinity that was used to kill Donovan Thomas. Mr. Kendrick's DNA was present at the scene of the crime. Why not bring in one witness out of the hundreds that you're going to hear from that will just say, I saw Mr. Kendrick do it? Why not? Because it doesn't exist. And our Constitution and our set of laws and our democracy demand more. They demand that high standard. You may not like Mr. Kendrick or any of these other defendants, but we are not here for a popularity contest. We are here to decide something so much more important. And the state doesn't have the evidence to do it. The evidence doesn't exist, not real concrete evidence. The evidence will show that the state is trying to find Mr. Kendrick guilty by association. That's what they want you to believe. Because they want you to find him guilty because who his friends are. The evidence will show that he had friends, that he knew people, that he associated with people. I thought in America, we had freedom of speech, freedom of association in the First Amendment. But the state wants to present evidence to show you that those freedoms are not true. that the Constitution does not matter. They want to present evidence that Mr. Kendrick is guilty by who he hangs out with, the color of the clothes that he wears, the symbols he makes with his hands, and the beautiful lyrics that he writes and sings. Those aren't actual crimes, that's just free speech. And that is what is on trial here, the First Amendment of the Constitution. They want you to look at evidence and say, these people are guilty because they exercise their right to free speech in America. That's not just wrong, it's un-American. Now, the evidence will show you in 2020 that when my client did get out of prison, due to his hard work, his talent, he became a famous rap star. Almost like buying a lottery ticket. You know, the chances of a young person going in the music industry and making it are very, very small. But that man was successful. He used his brain and his creativity and his really hard work to make his family and his mother proud. And the government wants to punish him for that success. They told you in their opening argument to find him guilty because of overt acts. And they had the gall to tell you that those acts didn't even need to be crimes. Judge, that's what the evidence will show. That's what the state says the evidence will show.
No objection.
They told you that those overt acts don't even have to be crimes, but you should, as a result, find him guilty of criminal RICO. This isn't a civil trial, this is a criminal trial. And they told you he doesn't even need to commit a crime, that you should find him guilty of a crime. Does that make sense to you? Does 1 + 1 equal 3?
Objection, misstatement, argument.
I stand in objections to that. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard counsel's last remark.
What are the charges against? Thank you. What are the charges against Mr. Kendrick? The first and the biggest is a murder. We've heard a lot about the murder of Donovan Thomas already. Now, Donovan Thomas died, and it's tragic, and murder is wrong. The state had the nerve to show you an autopsy photo in opening argument, not because they needed to prove that Donovan Thomas died, but to exaggerate and scare.
Objection, argument, not what the evidence will show.
The evidence will The evidence will clearly show that Donovan Thomas died. We can see that, and it's a tragic occurrence. And my client and his family grieve for the family of Mr. Thomas. We don't think it was acceptable. But my client had nothing to do with that man's death. He died because of a drive-by shooting at a barbershop on January 10th, 2015. And what happens next? The police arrest the wrong group of people. They admit they arrested the wrong group of people. You heard Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele tell you about Kenneth Copeland and Demetrius Garlington and the others who were arrested for this crime. And the police charged them. And what is the evidence that turned out that those people got their charges dismissed and Mr. Kendrick got charged instead? Are there fingerprints of Mr. Kendrick on anywhere at the crime scene, on the body of Mr. Donovan, in the car that was used, on a firearm that was used? Are there fingerprints anywhere that tie my client to that crime? No. What about DNA? Is my client's DNA anywhere related to the death of Donovan Thomas? No. What about ballistics? Are you going to hear evidence that there was a match between the bullets or the gun used to kill Donovan Thomas that was a gun ever possessed by Diamante Kendrick? No. Are you going to hear from a single witness out of the hundreds of witnesses that are going to be brought here by the state? One. I beg you for one witness to come to court and stand right here on this witness stand and say to you, I saw Diamante Kendrick kill Donovan Thomas. Will that occur? And the answer is resoundingly no, because my client is not guilty, ladies and gentlemen. He's an innocent man, wrongfully accused of a murder he didn't commit. And if that doesn't get you upset, I don't know what will. It makes me angry. Not one witness. There's videotape that the state will present of an Infinity automobile driving by the bottle shop and being used to kill Donovan Thomas. Are you going to hear witnesses that say my client owned the Infinity, rented the Infinity, leased the Infinity, was the rightful driver of the Infinity? Nope. Will you hear or see evidence to the contrary? Oh, yes, you will. Shortly before Donovan Thomas dies, the state has another video of my client getting into, are you ready? A Pontiac Bonneville. Not an Infinity, a Pontiac Bonneville. So, will you see evidence? Will the evidence show that my client is Superman and can fly through the sky from one car to another? No, you will not. He is not Superman. Maybe he's Mr. Spock and he can teleport. You will not hear evidence of his ability to teleport from one car to another either. And yet, the state claims he's guilty of murder. Now remember, you heard previously about a man named Nicholas Robinson, whose real name is Spencer Wright. He came in and told the police, and they made arrests of Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and others. The state's key witnesses. But you've also heard evidence that Mr. Copeland is a terrible liar and a terrible person. And himself, a gang member. Not to be trusted and not to be believed. But that's the state's key witness who says, oh yeah, it wasn't me, it was Mr. Kendrick and others. Why do we know he's lying? Not just because his lips are moving, but because he was one of the people who was originally charged with the murder. How naive does the state have to think you are to not understand that the incentive for Mr. Copeland to lie is as simple as, I'm charged with the murder. If I say someone else did it, then I don't get charged with the murder. It's a ridiculous theory that they have, quite frankly. And the evidence is so super thin and super weak, it reminds me of nothing more than a Krispy Kreme donut. Thin air. In fact, Mr. Garlington, when he's interviewed by the police, says, yeah, I don't know who killed Donovan Thomas. They have no way to corroborate it. They have no actual evidence. The state wants you to buy into this theory of murder, and our Constitution demands you don't. It charged a bunch of people, the police, the Atlanta Police Department, figured out, oh, we messed up and got it wrong. But now we're going to charge a bunch of other people. But trust us this time. Does that imbue trust to you? Is that evidence that you'll hear about that seems trustworthy? No, it is not. That evidence is completely untrustworthy and unbelievable and unreliable. It's a bad magic trick. No fingerprints, no DNA, no witnesses, no ballistics, and videotape that actually exonerates and proves that he's not guilty. Krispy Kreme donut hole. What's the next charge against my client? Well, there's a bunch of them involving guns. And 3, to be exact. One is that he's charged with possession of firearm during the commission of a felony. If you're committing some other felony, you're using a gun, you get charged as an extra charge. The second is possession of a machine gun. Ms. Love described to you, Mr. Steele described to you what a fully automatic weapon is. Pull the trigger once, all the bullets fly. That's illegal. And the third is possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Yes, Mr. Kendrick's a convicted felon. So he's not allowed to possess a gun. And he knows that. And again, the indictment. We've talked a lot about the indictment. You're going to get it. It's a document. It's a long document. But the indictment charges my client with those 3 firearm charges, all stemming from one date, March 9th of 2022, the date that Mr. Kendrick is arrested. So what happens on March 9th of 2022? He's at a house owned by Jeffery Williams, his friend and colleague, who he's made beautiful music with, wonderful music that's entertained millions of people. And at that house, and there's dozens and dozens of people at this house on the night of March 9th of 2022. It's not like there's 2 or 3 people there. Dozens. And there are guns in the house. So, how do we get to firearms being in the house to Mr. Kendrick possessing firearms? We don't. We don't. There's not going to be a single piece of evidence showing that Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints are on any of the guns. There's not going to be a single piece of evidence showing his DNA is on the guns, and quite frankly, you'll learn, and the evidence will show, there's something called touch DNA. What is that? You're going to learn that if I touch this table, and my hand is here for a couple seconds, I don't just leave my fingerprints behind, I actually leave some of my DNA behind. And that can be tested, forensically tested by the police and by the GBI lab and the state of Georgia. So there's no fingerprints on the guns that belong to Demonte Kendrick. There's no DNA. There's not a single person at the party or a single witness who says Demonte Kendrick had any of these guns. No one is going to say he bought any of the guns. No one's going to say he sold any of the guns. No one is going to say he possessed any of the guns. But they're going to want to do a dirty magic trick and show you his past. He pled guilty to a gun offense years ago. And so he must have been possessing the guns. That's their theory. Assume and speculate to find him guilty. That's not what we do in this country. That's not what we do in a democracy. That's not what we do with our Constitution. And that's not what we do when someone's presumed innocent and has to be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. One witness, please, that says Demonte Kendrick was holding a firearm that night. Demonte Kendrick bought one of the guns. Demonte Kendrick used one of the guns. No one! No one's going to testify to that. And why is that? Because he didn't have any of those guns. He was at a house where there were guns. That doesn't mean he was in possession of illegal firearms. You could go to a party where there are 50 people, somebody has guns, you don't know about it, maybe you do, but it doesn't mean you're possessing the guns. That's what the evidence is going to show. He was there. There could have been a bazooka in that house. I don't care. Mr. Kendrick wasn't in possession of any firearms, illegal, machine gun, or otherwise. He didn't control a gun, he didn't use a gun, he didn't buy a gun, he didn't sell a gun, he didn't hold a gun. Not one witness. And there are dozens of people that they could call to say, oh yeah, I saw Mr. Kendrick hold a gun, but not one. And there could be hundreds of witnesses. I want to bury you with witnesses so that you'll forget about the presumption of innocence and what real evidence is required. Zero, not zilch, donut hole, reasonable doubt. What will they show you? What will the evidence show that night on March 9th? Well, they'll show that Mr. Kendrick was afraid. He's a black man in America, and there's a team of people swarming a house with firearms. He's not sure if they're police or not. But in 2022, after COVID, BLM riots, people like George Floyd died, he had a reasonable and healthy fear, fight or flight. Mr. Kendrick doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to fight the police, and he doesn't want to fight people who aren't the police if they're armed. But he knew that there were people swarming the house with guns, and it turned out they were the police. So what did he do? He ran. He did the absolute smart thing to save his life. He was afraid, and he ran. And the police caught up with him shortly thereafter. Now, he's not charged with fleeing the house. He ran because he was afraid, and that's a reasonable thing to do for him. Given how he grew up, where he grew up, and the state we live in. And when the police caught up with him, just shortly thereafter, did they find him holding an FN, the type of gun Ms. Love described? Did they find him holding a strap machine gun? Did they find him holding a Glock? Did they find him with an AK-47, an AR-15, or any other kind of gun? No! He was unarmed because he never had a gun. There's not a scintilla of evidence that you should believe that Mr. Kendrick is guilty of any of those 3 firearm charges. Not a scintilla. Hundreds of witnesses. I asked for one to come to court and say, Mr. Kendrick was holding the gun that night. What about the next set of charges? They're drug charges against my client. But all the drug charges against him, possession of cocaine, possession of code, the drugs, all the drug charges alleged against Mr. Kendrick are again from March 9th of that year. From the date he was arrested, the party at Mr. Williams' house. And apparently the police find drugs in the house, where there are dozens and dozens of people. So again, I ask you, listen to the evidence. What will the evidence show? Will the evidence show my client's fingerprints on a bag of drugs? No. Will the evidence show my client's DNA on a bag of drugs? No. Will a witness come to court and tell you he was using drugs that night at the house? No. Is there videotaping my client snorting a line of cocaine? No. Is there going to be a witness who tells you that my client sold him drugs? No. Is there a witness that's going to tell you that my client bought drugs? No. Is there going to be any evidence that my client possessed, used, bought, sold, controlled drugs on the night in question? Absolutely not. There were drugs at the house, my client was at the house, there are dozens of people at the house. 1 + 1 does not equal 3. It's another Krispy Kreme donut hole for the prosecution. Zero, nada, zilch. We're not going to hear evidence that my client's blood or urine was tested and that it was in his bloodstream there was cocaine or other drugs. And the indictment says that the drugs that they're charging him with are from that date, March 9th of 2022, the date he was arrested, not any other day in his life. So the question you have to ask, the evidence you have to look at is he possessing drugs while he's at the party at that house? And there is no evidence of that, just like the guns. The next charge against my client is gang activity. And the gang activity they allege, very specifically in the indictment, it's not just any gang activity, it's gang activity related to the possession with the intent to distribute illegal drugs from March 9th of 2022. And again, where is the evidence? Not one witness. They also allege that he committed gang activity based on the guns. Same thing. There's just no evidence of it. It is not illegal to be part of a group in America. Freedom of association. Otherwise, the Atlanta Falcons would be an illegal street gang because they wear red and black and they have certain symbols they wear. And the Braves, certainly the Braves, because they lost in the playoffs. Maybe the state of Wyoming would dive back. It's not illegal for my client to want to wear the color green and do fancy symbols with his hands. But they're going to bring dozens of witnesses in to talk about that. So what? That's not a crime. Illegal gang activity requires my client to have committed a crime and be in a gang. And YSL is not a gang, but we'll get to that in a minute. They want to attack free speech and freedom of association. They're guaranteed to us in the Constitution. And if they want to do that, then they should go out and arrest the Falcons and the Braves too. Not one witness is going to come to court and say, Mr. Kendrick possessed, sold, bought, used drugs as part of gang activity. Or possessed, sold, used a firearm as part of gang activity. I want you to tally, keep counts, take notes. How many witnesses the state brings in this case? Hundreds. And I want you to remember this conversation I'm having. This one-sided conversation I'm having with you all. About how many witnesses say, my client possessed a firearm because he was a YSL gang member. My client possessed drugs because he was a YSL gang member. What is YSL? It's a successful, massively, worldwide, internationally successful record label. And my client was a part of that record label and a successful rapper. And blessed with the ability to make that music. And last I checked, those lyrics, which the state is going to try and use, are just part of free speech. So, we've eliminated murder, we've eliminated the gun charges, we've eliminated the drug charges, we've eliminated gang activity based on gun or drug charges. So what's left? What's left is count one, RICO. Ms. Love told you that's a term that most normal people don't use, for good reason. It's a very complicated legal term. Most lawyers don't even understand it. I'm going to try to explain it to you. And you've heard a lot about overt acts versus predicate acts. Are you confused already? You should be. They want you to believe, and they want the evidence to show, that Mr. Kendrick is guilty of this vast conspiracy because who his friends are, who he hangs out with, the colors he wears on his clothing, and the lyrics that he writes, the rap music that he makes. And they suggest to you this is all part of a vast conspiracy. But the reality is, some of these lyrics may be offensive to you, and that's okay. Because in a free society, we have free speech. That doesn't make it a crime. The state says that the evidence will show that they dug to find out the murder and then used the lyrics to support it. You know, I watched Goodfellas. It was a movie about real crimes that took place. It was written by Martin Scorsese and acted out by Robert De Niro. The DA's office is going to go arrest Mr. Scorsese and Mr. De Niro. They're exercising their free speech to tell a story. Why can't my client, Mr. Williams, do the same and write lyrics about crime? Maybe they're offensive. Maybe the movie Goodfellas is offensive because you see people committing crimes. But in a free society, we're allowed to exercise free speech. It's the price we pay to live in a free country, and it's a great price. Just because someone raps about murder or other crime does not make it a crime. Why do they rap about that stuff? Because it sells records and it allows them to creatively express their feelings about how they grew up and where they grew up. And they are proposing a war on the First Amendment of freedom of association and free speech. They don't like those lyrics. They want to send a message to all those inner city kids in Atlanta who dream about getting out of the ghetto and becoming successful musicians. And their message is, you rap lyrics about crime, we're going to indict you and charge you and brand you a criminal. That's un-American. That's wrong. The evidence will show that the state of Georgia and the city of Atlanta have been blessed in the last 20 years by the entertainment industry. And not just rap music, TV and film, and all kinds of entertainment. And some of it's fictional. And that's okay. It's okay to rap about crime or life or your experiences, even if it's not true, even if it didn't really happen. That's just free speech, ladies and gentlemen. That's not evidence of a crime. That's protected in our Constitution. It's a protected part of living in a free society. YSL was a very successful record label, and there's going to be evidence of that. It made millions and millions of dollars. That's not a criminal street gang. But it's not just a successful record label. It gave my client the opportunity to give back, to volunteer his time and some of his money. He coached an inner city youth football team. Does coaching that inner city youth football team support their RICO accusation? Because they told you the overt acts don't have to be a crime. Maybe now we should criminalize civic volunteer work. I don't know where it ends if we start making free speech illegal. They want to lump Mr. Kendrick in. They want to have you find him guilty because of other people's crimes or crimes that he already paid his debt to society for. So the state presented you some of the examples of that. Lil Wayne's tour bus got shot up. That's horrible. Whoever did that should be punished. But there's no evidence my client was there to pardon it. They're alleging that's part of this case. The shooting of Chanel Drakes you heard about, gunned down in a rental car. But they're not alleging Mr. Kendrick took part in that either. And what about the attempted stabbing of Rayshawn Bennett, Wyatt, who's known as Wyatt Benucci, another rapper, and the armed robberies they allege? None of those incidents involve Mr. Kendrick, but what they're going to argue to you is that if Mr. Kendrick was part of the YSL label, or what they call the YSL gang, that even if he's not charged with those crimes or involved in those crimes in any way, he should be found guilty of RICO conspiracy, even if he didn't commit a crime. And that's wrong. It's just wrong. That's why they have to go to such great lengths and bring hundreds of witnesses in to establish other crimes, other acts, other incidents that my client had nothing to do with. It's a bad magic trick. Look over here at Lil Wayne's tour bus. If they actually had evidence of my client committing a crime, we'd be here for a week, not months. The conspiracy they want you to criminalize is being a rapper in America and being successful. They want to attack the First Amendment. They want to attack free speech. They want to attack capitalism because they don't like rappers who rap about criminal behavior in Atlanta. And they're telling you that this is a pattern of activity, a trend to attempt to control and exert influence. But really what they're showing you is, if we don't like your speech, then some free speech is wrong and illegal. And you should find my client guilty as a result. They don't want you to find Mr. Kendrick guilty based on his actual actions, just based on the words he wrote and said. They don't want you to find Mr. Kendrick guilty of his actual actions because they don't have the evidence of it. They don't have the evidence of a murder or illegal guns or illegal drugs. They don't actually have that. So instead, they've got to play their bad magic trick. But you're smart and you can listen to the evidence and you will see it's nothing but a Krispy Kreme donut. That's what the evidence will show. You heard about wiretaps. It's basically the police listening in on people's phone conversations. And that's fine. They get a judge to approve it, they're allowed to do that. And there's hundreds and hundreds of hours of wiretaps. And I dare you to listen to all that over the next few months and hear one time my client saying, I have a gun, I have some drugs, I committed a murder. It doesn't exist. Nowhere. I'm part of the YSL gang. Remember, they told you that the YSL is this sophisticated gang, so there's no written agreement, there's no verbal agreement. It's just something you have to trust them with. Does that sound right? Just trust that. Take the government's word. And they're going to bring in experts on gang activity to tell you that the record label is a gang because they think so. Well, they work for the state, for the police. They're going to tell you what they want you to hear. But use your brain. Use your common sense. All those wiretaps, you're not going to hear Mr. Kendrick say one time, I'm going to do something illegal. Whether it's a violent crime, a gun crime, a drug crime, or admitting he's part of a gang. Not once. In hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of wiretaps. And why? Is it you won't hear that? Because what is he actually? Just a former convicted felon, a former gang member, and a current recording artist, a current rapper with YSL, and a current member of society doing civic duty. They have to point at his past and get you to only look at that, because actual evidence from March 9th and from January 10th, the 2 dates in the indictment that accused my client, there's no evidence of him committing a crime. The state turned over to us, the prosecution, 6 terabytes of data in this case. Now, I'm not a computer expert, but I want to talk to you about what the evidence will show. A lot of that evidence you're going to hear and see. What is a terabyte? It's an enormous amount of computer data. And here's what I'll sort of tell you the analogy is. If it were pieces of paper, 6 terabytes would be 420 million pages of documents. 420 million pages. That's how much evidence there is in this case. Is there one page? Is there one witness? One set of fingerprints, one set of DNA, one videotape that shows my client committed a murder, that shows my client possessed illegal drugs, that shows my client possessed a firearm, that shows my client committed illegal gang activity, or that my client conspired with others to commit crimes? It's a donut hole. It's a Krispy Kreme donut hole. You don't get the glaze, you don't get the donut, you just get the air in the middle. What did Mr. Kendrick do? Oh, they have pictures of him flashing gang signs and wearing green. They have pictures of him standing on the hood of Rayshawn Bennett's car at Lenox Mall. Oh, God forbid. He stood on the hood of another rapper's car, and they want you to believe that is the evidence that he's part of this vast conspiracy. No, standing on someone else's car, it's a nice car, is juvenile. It's silly. Maybe it's even a misdemeanor. But they didn't charge him with that misdemeanor. Instead, they charged him with RICO conspiracy. Standing on the hood of this other rapper's car must be proof that he's part of this vast conspiracy they're alleging. Quite frankly, the real juvenile behavior is all these hundreds and hundreds of witnesses to try and prove something that doesn't exist. There are lots of other overt acts, and I'm not going to belabor each one of them to you because you heard most of them from Mr. Steele and from the state. But you've also heard from me. If there's a witness who says Mr. Kendrick possessed a firearm or possessed illegal drugs or murdered Donovan Thomas, they saw him murder Donovan Thomas, then bring that person to court. Mr. Copeland, their star witness, is going to come to court and say that Mr. Kendrick admitted to him, Mr. Copeland, that he was part of the group that killed Donovan Thomas. You going to believe Mr. Copeland, who has every incentive to lie? That's the evidence they want to rely on? That's what they're keeping us here for months and months for? The guy who was charged with the crime, who now says it's not him, it's my client instead? Please tell me there's something better, something else that we're here for. Please tell me we have anything near proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't. There's no real or concrete evidence my client committed a crime. Not a single offense. Not RICO, not gang activity, not guns, not drugs, and definitely not murder. Ms. Love talked about the wolf pack. I understand that. She thinks the evidence will show that. But I really think it's more like the boy who cried wolf. You know that old story. There's a wolf, there's a wolf, there's a wolf. And it turns out there wasn't a wolf. That's the state's case, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why you will come back many months from now and find my client, Mr. Diamante Kendrick, not guilty on every single count. Thank you.
Mr. Harvey, you wish to make an opening statement this time, sir?
Judge, on behalf of Mr. Nichols, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Gardner, we would reserve our opening statement under Uniform Superior Court Rule 10.2 until the completion of the state's case.
So noted, sir. All right. Mr. Matthews.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You guys just need to stretch or anything. My name is Carrington Matthews, Sr. Attorney Teresa Mafood and Attorney Carrington Matthews, Jr. We have the pleasure and the honor of representing Mr. Marquavius Huey in these proceedings. Who is Marquavius Huey? Marquavius Huey is 27 years old. He is 27 years old. He was born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. Born and raised in Jonesboro South housing projects, as you have heard about over these last several hours throughout these various opening statements. He has 6 other brothers and sisters, and he actually graduated, ladies and gentlemen, from South Atlanta High School in 2014. He has 2 children. He has a 4-year-old son, Major, and a 1-year-old daughter, Journey. Mr. Marquavius Huey is not a convicted felon. He can sit on a jury. He can own a firearm. He can vote. And he can do what other law-abiding citizens can do as a non-convicted felon. He has goals, ladies and gentlemen. He has goals of being able to one day open a store, a retail store that sells men's and women's clothing. It's one of his goals. And when he grew up in Jonesboro South, ladies and gentlemen, he grew up with various folks that live in that community. As any community that you live in, you gain friendships. and you grow up together. And Mr. Huey, he grew up. He grew up with Jeffery Williams. They were friends from childhood. That's what the evidence will show. You will learn it. Now, let's get into the overt act 76. This is a theft by receiving of a handgun in 2018. That's one of the overt acts in this case, ladies and gentlemen. Now, in that particular indictment, back in 2018, that actual indictment was brought by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. They brought it in 2018 against Mr. Huey. Also in 2018, they reduced it to misdemeanor disorderly conduct. They gave him 12 months probation, and they agreed to that reduction. This table, this organization, this agency, in 2018. Now, in 2018, they reached that agreement with Mr. Huey. Now here we are in 2022 when this case was indicted, and now in 23 when it's being heard, they're using the same charge that they initially charged him with, of theft by receiving of a handgun. They reduce it down to a little misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, and now they say, hey, let's tell the ladies and gentlemen of this RICO trial that this is an overt act in a RICO conspiracy in a YSL case. That's what they have brought to you in this indictment. The evidence will show that in 2018, this had nothing to do with anything concerning RICO. Because the evidence will show, had it, now keep in mind, the dates 2013 to even the present is what the government just told you all yesterday, was this RICO conspiracy. So in 2018, ladies and gentlemen, if this particular overt act has anything to do with a RICO conspiracy today, why did the same agency decide in 2018 that a felony theft by receiving charge negotiated, agreed to, should get reduced down to disorderly conduct? But this is what the evidence will show. You will learn it, and this is what's been handed to you. Now, let's break it down. This indictment. Counts 3 through 7 we're going to go through first, and then we're going to go through another grouping of counts. But there are a lot of charges in this indictment with respect to Mr. Huey. There are a lot of charges, right? But when these charges are put together the way that they are supposed to be, you will see as we get through this case that there are 2 cases that we're dealing with in these groupings, and then we're going to talk about another incident concerning the Fulton County Jail. So just stay with me. We're going to get there. Let's first talk about April 26, 2019. These are counts 3 through 7. Count 3, overt act 88, Mr. Huey is charged with armed robbery. They're saying that on April 26, they're alleging that Mr. Huey, as a party to a crime, committed this armed robbery against this gentleman by the name of DeJuan Maynard. That's what that particular count talks about, an armed robbery, using a firearm with an unknown person to take these items from this person. We're going to get into details, but I'm going to go over the charges first. Count 4. They are charging Mr. Huey with overt act 89, aggravated assault, saying that with that same firearm that Mr. Huey pointed the weapon at Mr. Maynard as he took the items, and that this makes up an aggravated assault. That's the charge. Going over the charges, then we're going to get into what the evidence is going to show. That's count 4. Count 5, the same one case we're talking about, the same one grouping, aggravated assault, because there was this other individual by the name of Damon Jenkins who was with Mr. Maynard. So they have charged Mr. Huey with this ag assault on the Damon Jenkins. Same grouping, same incident, April 26, 2019. And then count 6 are these tag-along charges that you typically come when you get charged with an armed robbery. You're going to get an ag assault, you're going to get a possession of a firearm during a commissioned felony. That's how the government, that's how they indict cases. Those are the charges. We'll get into all that later, but these are the charges. We'll get into that at a different stage in this trial. But that's count 6, saying that Mr. Huey had in his possession this firearm when this alleged incident happened, where they are claiming that Mr. Huey was involved. We're going to get into it. And then 7 is that same gun charge against Mr. Damon Jenkins. So that's 3 through 7, ladies and gentlemen. April 26, 2019. So what happened? Let's get into it a little bit. April 26, 2019, around 12:39 a.m. in the morning, at 741 Morosco Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, at this apartment complex called Core Lindbergh Apartments. That's a stock photo of that particular complex. Now, here's the story. The story is that, and we're not disputing that this incident happened. We're disputing that Mr. Huey is ever a part of it. Mr. Huey stands before here. He signed an indictment and indicated that he is not guilty and he is innocent of these charges. And we stand here straight and we look you in the eye and we stand tall that Mr. Marquez Huey is innocent. So, April 26, 2019, you've got 3 individuals. They have left the apartment unit, and these 3 individuals are walking in the parking deck, right? They're walking to their car. 3 individuals. As they're walking to the car, these 3 individuals, they see 2 black males get out of a vehicle they described as a black Mustang with a temporary tag. So these 3 individuals, they're in the parking deck, they're walking to their car, and 2 other individuals get out of the car and they begin to chase these 3 individuals. There's video surveillance in the parking garage. You will likely see this video surveillance. It's the government's case, and they get to present their case however they choose. If they choose to show you a video, you will see it. Right? Now, let's talk about these three individuals that are walking from their apartment to their car. Damon Jenkins, he lives there. He knows the apartment complex. He knows the parking deck. Right? So he lives there. He's familiar with his spot. He's familiar with his crib. Right? So he runs down the parking deck. So he sees them. He's walking. He sees them. He goes down. So he goes essentially left. Okay? That's Damon Jenkins, the apartment lessee, the owner of the apartment. His crib. Dewan Maynard. Dewan Maynard is with Damon Jenkins, right? What does he do? So he's visiting his friend, Damon Jenkins. Damon Jenkins has the keys to Maynard's vehicle. Maynard is the one with the jewelry and the items, right? Maynard, he goes right, and he goes up the parking deck, right? And he's running. Now, you've got this armed robbery that is occurring. You've got Damon Jenkins going left, down the deck. You've got Maynard going right, up the deck. Now, pay close attention. The two perpetrators, they decide that they are going to go after one person, not two. Right? This is an armed robbery. Right? You've got two perpetrators, you've got three victims. One of those victims goes left, Jenkins, Maynard goes right. Maynard is the one person out of those three that those two perpetrators go after. So you've got two individuals that are the perpetrators chasing Maynard up the parking deck. The third male, I guess he goes down and he is not chased. He goes down, one goes left, he ducks, the other one, Maynard goes up the deck, the two perpetrators chase Maynard. That's the story, that's how it's happening. Now, the two perpetrators, they reach Maynard. When they reach Maynard, ladies and gentlemen, Maynard, he says when he got hit with, one of them hit him with a firearm, and that they took items. Now these are the items that Maynard says were taken. This is what he says were taken. He says a ring, a diamond 5-point star ring. He says 2 gold chain necklaces, one with a cross, another with diamonds, 1 pair of diamond earrings, a gold Gucci bracelet, a SunTrust debit card, a Gucci bag, a Louis Vuitton bag, and some cash. So you got all this grouping of items that Maynard says that was taken from him. You've got police officers galore that come over to the scene, right? So you've got responding officers, you've got white shirt officers, you've got sergeants, everybody responding there, trying to figure out what happened. They talked to Maynard and Jenkins, right? They talked to the security guard, Joel Hines. Joel Hines, he says that, I was patrolling the area. I saw this black vehicle had been parked and running for about an hour or so. It had tinted windows, and I couldn't see inside. And, apartment owners, sometimes they'll come sit in their apartment, in their cars before they go inside, so I didn't think anything of it. I didn't see anybody. I didn't get a look at anyone. So the security guard, he doesn't see any individuals that are in the black vehicle. They canvass the parking deck. The officers, they get surveillance videos from the parking garage. So that's what the officers are doing. That's what they did that night, right? Now, here's where it gets interesting, ladies and gentlemen. On April 26, 2019, at 12:39 in the morning, that's when this incident happened. Demond Jenkins, when he goes left, Demond Jenkins, who's the department owner, when he goes left, he goes downstairs, he runs out, and he happens to see an officer, he flags him down. So that officer's right there, pretty much. All right? And then other officers start coming and converging on this incident scene to try to figure out what happened. But on that same day, later that day, Maynard, the one whose items he claims were taken, he does this, I don't know if he does an internet search, what he does. How in the world of millions of social media people that are on social media, Instagrammers, people that have pages, Maynard calls into Zone 2 and he tells the police that he just happened to be scrolling Instagram and he saw a person wearing his diamond 5-point star ring. Imagine that. Less than hours. So what does he do? Maynard calls in. You will hear evidence that when he calls in, that he sends some photographs. I'm going to get to that. So the case is assigned to Detective Jeffery Henderson on April 28, 2019. So the case now has a detective. A couple days later, Detective Jeffery Henderson now has this case. What does he do when he gets the case? Well, he gets Maynard to send him these photographs. He views the video surveillance footage that he obtained from the parking deck, from the apartment complex. And he asks him to send some pictures of the jewelry. So send this information that you found on Instagram, send me some pictures of your jewelry, and send me some videos, and let me take a look at the video surveillances that I was able to get from the parking deck. So these are the photographs that Maynard, the victim in the case, he sends Detective Jeffery Henderson 2 separate Instagram pictures of 2 separate people. On the left there is a picture he sends of someone else, some person in the world on social media. Maynard sends that photograph, and he sends the one on the right. The one on the right is Mr. Huey's Instagram. The one on the left is someone else's Instagram. He sends these to Maynard, to the Detective Henderson. 2 different people with the same ring, or the similar ring, or some ring that looks like the one that he owned. The same day. So he becomes his own detective. Now, the video that was obtained from the parking garage, ladies and gentlemen, that video, it shows the 2 perpetrators running after Maynard, right? One of those perpetrators has on like a black jacket and maybe some red pants or something of that nature. The other person has on a gold puff jacket black slacks, pants or jeans or whatever. So that's what the video is showing from the parking garage. So, what does Detective Henderson do? So he goes on to Mr. Huey's page, and I guess starts scrolling Mr. Huey's page. Oh, Mr. Huey has a gold puff jacket. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? In this particular, Mr. Huey's is on the right, standing in front of a black Infiniti vehicle that belongs to his lady, Justice Woodard, who is the mother of their two children, Major and Journey. On the left is a photograph. You heard Mr. App talk about that huge discovery that was sent to us. The evidence will show that that particular photograph is part of the discovery that came to us in this pile of evidence that is a part of this case. That on the left are two young men. And what's interesting here, ladies and gentlemen, is that apparently that year, the gold puff jacket from Zara was a very popular item for young people as part of their wardrobe. We know that because you're going to learn that this is what was sent to us, and that is what was going on with the dress back in 2019. 3 different people with the same gold puff jacket that was provided to us in discovery, that the government provided to us. So the gold puff jacket is relevant here. Why? Because what was Detective Jeffrey Henderson's investigation at that point? Maynard sends him these 2 hands with the similar jewelry. Maynard sends him a piece of jewelry of his own to say, hey, you know, this is what was one of the items that was taken from me. And the video, ladies and gentlemen, from the apartment complex shows a person with that similar gold puff jacket. And what does Detective Jeffrey Henderson do with that information, ladies and gentlemen? He completes it. He completes his investigation. This happened on April 26, 2019. 4 days later, he was arrested. On that investigation, that is the case. Now, there is no photographic lineup that was ever done. Maynard never says he saw Mr. Huey that night on April 26, 2019. They're not wearing masks. Mr. Devon Jenkins never selects Mr. Huey out of any photographic lineup. In fact, there was none done. There was no photographic lineup performed or attempted to be performed by Detective Henderson for the benefit of Maynard or the benefit of Jenkins in this case. He took what he got from that video surveillance, went on to receive the information that Maynard sent him, and decided that there was enough for a warrant. No photographic identification, no fingerprints left at any of those scenes, no shell casings that are linked to any firearms belonging to Mr. Huey. None of it. what you're going to learn. You're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that at any arrest that was made against Mr. Huey, any arrest that was made against Mr. Huey with respect to these items that Mr. Maynard says were taken from him, a gold 5.5-star ring, these necklaces, these items that we're talking about here, the Gucci, the Louis Vuitton, the debit cards, none of those items have ever been found on Mr. Huey's person, on Mr. Huey's any car, in any residence. None. That's the state's case for those grouping of charges, ladies and gentlemen. No DNA. Detective Henderson didn't even, when they arrested Mr. Huey for those particular charges, those groupings of charges, he didn't come down to the jail and even pull him out of the cell and say, hey, I want to talk with you. Are you willing to talk with me? Of course, that's Mr. Huey's right to either talk to him or not talk to him, but he didn't even try. No other witnesses out there at that location that are going to tell you that they ever saw Mr. Huey at that location. That's what you're going to learn about that grouping of cases. No photographic lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, this is interesting. Listen to me very closely. You will not hear any evidence of a cell phone tower locating Mr. Huey at 741 Morosco Drive, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia. You will not hear it. In the technology-driven world that we live in, cell phone evidence is powerful in terms of being able to put people at locations. Ask me, did Detective Henderson make any efforts to do that? You will learn the answer is no. Okay, that was that grouping of cases, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? That was that case from April 26, 2019. Okay? Now let's move on to this other grouping of cases that we just, that I want to talk about now. So let's move on to another time and another place. Let's go to October 1st, 2020. Now, count 14, when you all get this indictment, count 14 over Act 116 charges Mr. Huey with armed robbery, alleging that Mr. Huey and another unknown person committed an armed robbery against a gentleman by the name of Gary Holloman. That's what count 14 says, by use of a firearm. That's 14. 15, we're still on October 1, 2020. These next series of counts are going to deal with one day. This particular count, 15, armed robbery, says that on that same evening that Mr. Huey, along with this unknown person, committed this armed robbery against Jonisha Coppage, who is supposed to be, who is out there with Gary Holloman at an address that we're going to get to in just a moment. But I want to go over the charges first, and we're going to get into the facts in a moment. So So that's the charge right there. Count 15, an armed robbery concerning Domisha Coppage. Count 16, this is a big case, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm giving you an opportunity to try to organize it as best you can. Because we definitely have been learning all year how to organize a big case. Count 16, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Like I said, whenever there's this armed robbery allegation, it's going to come with a host of other counts and charges tagging along with it. Because that's the way the state and government, that's how they do it. That's how they get down, and that's how they do it. That's their right, and that's how they want to bring it. But we're going to talk about it. Count 16 alleges aggravated assault. So whenever you commit an armed robbery, then you've got a firearm, then you're going to get an aggravated assault charge with it. That's the aggravated account charge that deals with Gary Holloman. That's 16. 17 deals with Domisha Coppage. 18 is another way of alleging an armed robbery. When you specifically use a firearm to take this clicker out of my hand, that's armed robbery. But if this clicker were an automobile, and I was sitting in this automobile, and you use a weapon to demand me to get out of the automobile, it's an armed robbery, but they call it, it's a separate charge that's called hijacking of a motor vehicle. Basically, it's an armed robbery of a car, or an auto, a truck, or a vehicle. That's count 18. They're saying that Mr. Huey, along with this other person, took a 2016 Buick LaCrosse from Gary Holloman. That's 18. 19, again, whenever there's a weapon that's involved, they're going to tag along this possession of a firearm to the commission of, in this case, the ag assault with a deadly weapon and the hijacking of a motor vehicle. So you're going to get a possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony charge. Same thing with respect to Ms. Coppage. Armed robbery and an aggravated assault to take that cell phone that she's saying was taken. You're going to get a count 20, a possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And then what they've done is they've said in 21 that this was gang related. So they tack on a criminal street gang charge. And the same thing for Ms. Coppage. So those are the street gang charges that they've alleged. That's 23. So let's get into it now. So those are the charges, ladies and gentlemen. On October 1, 2020, 250 Fulton Street, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia. Not very far from where we are now, over by the juvenile court building. They're alleging that on this particular October 1, 2020, in the evening hours, that these charges that we just talked about occur. Now let's deal with it. What is being alleged here? Gary Holloman, who's no longer with us, ladies and gentlemen. Gary Holloman sold pills for a living. He was a drug dealer. And Mr. Huey had gotten injured. And his injury was the result of a shot to his leg in being out in the public and living in the area. There was a shooting incident. He got shot. Okay? When he got shot, he ran out of the ability to get medicine the right way. So what did he do? He found that this guy Holloman that he knew through this other person, Mender, that Mr. Holloman sold Percocets. So what happens? He had been dealing with Mr. Holloman for some period of time. You're going to hear about it. And how do you know you're going to hear about it? Because when Detective Henderson comes into this courtroom and sits in this witness stand, I'm going to ask him questions about it. Now, Huey knows Gary Holloman because they had been doing business. Mr. Holloman purchased 2 or 3 pills periodically, $20 a pop, Percocets. And he dealt with Holloman various occasions. Nothing unusual. I'm going to meet you. I'm going to call you. Right? He calls him. Huey calls Holloman from time to time. Right? And when he calls Holloman from time to time, Holloman, in fact, you will learn through Henderson that Henderson, when they arrested Mr. Huey on these charges, they sit Mr. Huey down in an interview room. And when they sit Mr. Huey down in an interview room, Henderson reads him his rights. And Mr. Huey agrees to talk with him without an attorney. Because I don't have anything to hide. I'm okay talking to you without a lawyer. He sits down, talks to him. And Mr. Huey, he didn't know specifically why he was even being arrested at that moment. And you'll hear about it. Right? And when you hear about it, Henderson is saying, hey, somebody's saying that you carjacked him. Okay, tell me about it. What are you talking about? And then Huey and Detective Henderson, Huey says, okay, so you're talking about the street's been talking. The street's been talking. They saying that I set Holloman up. They saying I set Holloman up. I didn't set Holloman up. I deal with Holloman. I didn't set this man up. Holloman chose this particular location for us to meet him. We've met before. I know this man. In fact, now here's where it gets real interesting. In fact, Huey says to Holloman, to Henderson, Detective Henderson, you can look through my phone. So, Henderson looks through the phone. And what does he see, ladies and gentlemen? He sees a...
Your Honor, we're going to object to this portion of
Basis.
self-serving hearsay.
Yep, the evidence will show.
I'll overrule the objection.
The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that Henderson, they have the phone out. Huey's leaning over. Henderson has the phone. They're scrolling. Okay. But the warrants had already been written up. He was in jail. He was arrested that night. He was being arrested for it on the 24th of November, 2020. But Mr. Huey shows Mr. Henderson that he and Holloman had a relationship. You got something I want, you got something that I want to get, some Percocets, they're available. That was our relationship, right? Now, that's what Huey says to Henderson, and is corroborated in a phone that belonged to Mr. Huey that Henderson was allowed to look at on that particular morning when they arrested this man. So that's what came out from Mr. Huey. Let's talk about what came out from Mr. Holloman when he called 911. So what does Holloman basically say in the 911 call? He says that I just got robbed, and he says my nephew homeboy robbed me. My nephew's homeboy robbed me. That's what he says. And I was meeting with him because my nephew wanted me to give him some money to put on my nephew's books at the Fulton County Jail. That's what Holloman says to 911. Now, you're going to ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show that you don't need to give money to your nephew's homeboy to put on your nephew's books at the Fulton County Jail. The evidence will show there are many ways in which you can put money on somebody's books at the Fulton County Jail instead of giving money to your nephew's homeboy. So, you are going to have to reconcile that story that my man Holloman told 911, and in the 911 call, he didn't say, that's what he said, my nephew's homeboys, I'm putting some money, giving some money to my nephew homeboy. That's what he said. So you're going to reconcile those. You're going to have to balance those two versions of events. You're going to have to ask yourself, oh, here's the other thing you're going to learn with this same case. You're going to learn that Mr. Holloman tells Mr. Henderson that Mr. Huey didn't have a firearm. And he's going to say, whatever he's going to say from my understanding is somebody just walked up out of the dark and put a stick on him and took his car, not Mr. Huey. What is Delmisha Coppage? Delmisha Coppage, you're going to learn that she actually lived at 250 Fulton Street, right? And that Mr. Holloman was there to meet her, right? And you're going to learn from Delmisha Coppage, if they decide to call her as a witness, that they interviewed Delmisha Coppage in September of 2022. Shortly after they indicted this case that we're here today on, they decided to go out and, do their field interviews of their alleged victims and talk to them. In September of 2022, Delmisha Coppage tells Officer Investigator Viverito, she tells this law enforcement person that, they took BG's car, Gary Holloman, BG. They took BG's car, and they also took my car, the other one left in my car. You will hear that. And there had been no information allegations of her car ever being taken on October 1, 2020 until September 22nd, 2022, when she told it to investigator Viverito. Mr. Hughes not even charged with taking Delmisha Coppedge's vehicle. Why would she say something like that? So you all, as the triers of fact, fancy little phrase that we use in the legal business, you all, as the deciders, will have to determine with whom you will believe. What is the credibility? So those are things and decisions that you will have to make. But her car was never, ever taken. These are the items that were claimed that had been taken: a field lacrosse, Kerry Holloman's cell phone, Delmisha Coppedge's cell phone, and Mr. Holloman tells him $10,000 in cash. You will be assessing the credibility of witnesses throughout this case. For each of these wrongfully accused individuals that are seated at these tables. Now, witnesses are going to come into this courtroom, and they're going to sit right here. And you'll see me. You may see Attorney CJ. You may see some of these other lawyers. We're going to be standing right here, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be asking them questions on the witness stand. And they would come into this court and raise their hand, promising to tell them God's honest truth. And when we get them into this courtroom, and when we cross-examine them, and we bring it out and establish certain things, we're going to come back to you, and we're going to tell you why, when we set this in opening, that this is the way it should go. Let's change gears. One last gear, a few last gears to change. I know it's a long day. We're getting there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to a different day and time. So that was that case. So we have covered counts 3 through 7 for an April 26, 2019 situation. We have covered, and by the way, before I get into this, let me back up one more step. No vehicle lacrosse was ever found in Mr. Huey's possession. No cell phone was ever found in Mr. Huey's possession belonging to Delmisha Coppedge, Gary Holloman. And in fact, there's technology out here, ladies and gentlemen, where these smartphones, these iPhones, they stay on, right? You can track these bad boys. We're going to be asking questions down the line. So when I'm up standing and cross-examining and talking to these witnesses, pay very close attention to, that technology, these smartphones. What did Detective Henderson do to follow up?
Mr. Matthews, I hate to interrupt your opening remarks. Can we take a brief comfort break? How much longer do you have, sir?
Probably 30 minutes.
Let's take a comfort break, okay? All right, 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. All right, for the jury.
And when the police caught up with him, just shortly thereafter, did they find him holding an FN, the type of gun Ms. Love described? Did they find him holding a strap machine gun? Did they find him holding a Glock? Did they find him with an AK-47, an AR-15, or any other kind of gun? No! He was unarmed because he never had a gun. There's not a scintilla of evidence that you should
All right, Deputy Ingram, is everybody back from their comfort break?
The jury need about another 2 minutes.
Okay, we can take up another matter, but how about our other?
Everybody's present, counsel.
Okay, all right. I'll ask you to check on our jurors in about 5 minutes after I take up some other issues. Mr. Matthews, after you're complete in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll probably be complete. Everybody will have made an opening statement who wants to make one. Is that correct? Yes? So we'll probably recess for today at that point. Ms. Love, are you prepared to, and Ms. Hilton, to make, I should say, start the presentation of evidence tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are any of your witnesses that you expect to call tomorrow any experts at all?
Yes.
All right. You remember that issue that we talked about before about whether or not they would be we had the issue of dual purpose witnesses?
Yes.
Are any of those going to be for that reason, that utilization?
When you say for that utilization, we'll be using the first witness as an expert tomorrow morning.
An expert? Will they testify to facts or any of the investigation?
There is one factual matter that they may well testify about that informs their opinion, but it's not one of the investigation, one of the acts that are on the indictment that we are asserting as an overt act, or one of the ones we have or intend to introduce as an overt act. I'll be clearer. Investigator Belknap will be the first witness that we put up, and he was the person who encountered Trontavia Stevens, and one of the people to whom Trontavia Stevens said that Rock Crew or ROC was their initial name. They started out as Rock Crew, and then they became YSL or Young Slime Life, and then they changed that to Young Successful Life.
Okay. Well, that's still going to probably bring up that issue of a dual-purpose witness. To that end, has anybody crafted for the court's consideration a proposed instruction that I can give or propose to give the jury before that witness is called?
Your Honor, I'm thinking about the instruction as it relates to the jury instruction on the expert witnesses and their credibility, but it's to that separation for the purposes of whether or not Trontavia Stevens said a certain thing to him. My thought on it was that because it wasn't an act, it did not or would not require for him to play the fact witness role in that testimony. I know that there is case law, and I can cite it for the court. I can send it to the court and counsels that experts' interviews with alleged gang members can be and is admissible to support or to explain parts of their opinion. So he's not going to be testifying about specific alleged overt acts.
Was that pre-Daubert or post-Daubert? Because it depends on whether or not they're a fact witness or a expert witness. I think the concern that the court still has is that what was brought up earlier when we discussed this issue, and that was bolstering or boosting credibility. So I want to kind of make that pretty clear if I can. Has anybody attempted to address that issue? Mr. Harvey, I see you're up.
Yes, Judge. Can I point the parties, the court and the parties, to United States versus Jet at 908?
Is that Juliet Echo Tango Tango?
It is.
Okay, all right. All right, and what is the citation for?
908 Fed 3rd 252.
908 Fed 3rd
252.
252?
Yes, sir. And it is a Seventh Circuit case, but it has been generally adopted by the various circuits. Here's what the court in Jet says. When the expert portion of the case agent's testimony begins, the district judge should allow the government to lay its foundation and establish the agent's qualifications. After it does, the judge should instruct the jury that the testimony it is about to hear is the witness's opinion, not firsthand knowledge, and that it is for the jury to determine how much weight, if any, to give that opinion. That's the general nature. And then, at the end of the case, there is a charge in Jet after that particular witness has testified as a expert, and then, as I understand it, this witness will also be called back again to testify about percipient facts, and then there's a charge in Jet that the court should give at the end of the case. So I would refer the parties to that case. And the case in the 11th Circuit, there are two cases in the 11th Circuit, United States versus Hawkins, Hawkins, and you can tell me, I know the court reporter's got that spelling. That's at 934 Fed 3rd 1251. That's an 11th Circuit 2019 opinion. The dual witness testimony, the most recent case from the 11th Circuit is United States versus Perry, Perry, 14 Fed 4th 1253.
All right. All right, Mr. Harvey, would you be so kind as to send all the parties that proposed instruction or preliminary instruction for my consideration?
Yes, sir.
You can send that to the state, and the reason I'm taking it up now is because if we have to kind of address it and tweak it, I'm going to have you all come in a little bit earlier, and I'll tell our jurors to come in a little bit after that.
That should not be deemed.
It shouldn't take that long, but.
And it should not be deemed as acquiescence to the court's ruling that these.
Oh, in no way, Mr. Harvey. I would never assume that you acquiesce to anything that the court rules upon.
Thank you.
So.
And Your Honor, asked the state whether or not the information that I shared was pre or post Dauber, and part of it was in federal courts, so Dauber was being used during that time. But what I will do when Mr. Harvey sends out his proposed instruction is I will reply all with.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that also when we're doing the court's charge at the end, that it comports with the proper tailoring of what an expert or a dual purpose expert. So
okay.
I just want to make for the 25-meter assessment, I just need to make sure that I give that so that they can, it's sort of credibility. So if you're going to do that and that's what you're going to call them for to begin with, I'll give that particular type of limiting instruction at that point. Okay? All right. Mr. Steele?
Your Honor, it's a tangential issue, but the same issue I just want to bring to your Honorable Court's attention. Detective Belknap, I believe, if he's called as a first witness, that means
he interviewed Trontavious Stevens, in this case, while Trontavious Stevens is in custody. And if Trontavious Stevens is not testifying or did not testify, the statement that I understand will be elicited involves Mr. Williams. It states something like, YSL was young slime life, but when Mr. Williams became very successful starting in 2014, we now just call ourselves Young Successful Life. That would be a Bruton issue and a confrontation clause issue for Mr. Williams. So I just don't want tomorrow you to say, why didn't you bring it up today? So I'm just letting.
That's what I think you did before, but if I recall, I don't know if this is totally correct, but I thought that Mr. Stevens was going to testify as a witness.
He's not. I'm not.
And that would be the two objections if.
But the order matters.
Yes, it does. So, Madam.
Your Honor, one, Bruton involves defendants who are at the table together, and one non-testifying defendant implicates the other and cannot be compelled to testify against himself. So this is not a Bruton issue. One does not arise. Mr. Stevens has already resolved his charges before this court, so there is not a Bruton issue before the court at all.
Okay.
Second, regarding
confrontation, are you going to call him as a witness?
the state does intend to call Mr. Stevens as a witness. And that part I can say. We do intend to call Mr. Stevens as a witness. We do not intend to call him before we call Detective Belknap.
Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Steele, given that, I think you objected that before. I'll just maintain your objection, but I will just advise the state that it will be, since you have indicated and proffered to the court that you will be calling Mr. Stevens, then the confrontation issue will not be a problem. It will be a problem if you don't call him. Okay. As for the Bruton issue, I don't believe that, given what you told me, if he's resolved his issues in that respect, then there would not be one. But I'll note that objection for the record for Mr. Steele and Mr. Williams. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Okay.
Your Honor, we have for counsel for the defense a demonstrative aid that Investigator Belknap intends to use. He sent them to us, and we have had them printed out. He gave them to us today. We'll send them. We'll give to each of the counsels for the defense.
Can you give it to him now, so right I know it's been given? While that's being done by one of your able assistants, Mr. Sharp, what do you have?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just another piece of housekeeping. If now is the appropriate time. I would like to ask if the court would instruct the state to tell us exactly who they intend to call tomorrow. As Your Honor knows, this is a very big case. They've narrowed it down to about 70 witnesses that they plan to call in the first 3 weeks. But even that, just carrying that paperwork and all the materials for those 70 witnesses, unsure of who they're planning on calling, I'd probably have to borrow my neighbor's pickup truck. So I'd like a better idea of who we're going to be examining tomorrow so I can make sure that I bring the appropriate materials for cross-examination.
Okay, well, I can't tell you what you need to bring. I think that we can ask the state that, but it's, I think they've given you the general, we're going to call these 60, 70 people, but I don't know about the order, so that's something that I can certainly ask them at this point. So, Madam? How many witnesses are you planning on calling tomorrow? I'd like to tell the jury at least what our order of march is in terms of just number of witnesses. I tell them that on a kind of daily basis so that they know how many people to expect or thereabouts.
Your Honor, we will have approximately 6 available to testify tomorrow. We are confirming with the witnesses as we call them up because we were anticipating people today.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we are having to shift that around a little bit and make certain that the ones that were available for for today. We'll have them here for tomorrow, because if they're not filled, we were going to just switch the order that we will call certain witnesses. So after conferring with our lieutenants and investigative team, I can be more concise as to exactly who is investigative team. I can be more concise as to exactly who is and who is not, who will and who won't.
Will you have that by the time we close today, or?
I don't know that they have confirmed with all of the ones, so I don't.
But you anticipate, we're going to at least do Belknap first in the morning, and you have maybe 6 witnesses or thereabouts?
Yes, that's what.
All right, best I can give you at this point in time, Mr. Sharp. And then we can ask again at the end of the day, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, anybody else? I was only being facetious, Mr. Steele. I need to call our jurors back, okay?
And yes, of course. We just look at this before we leave tonight. I have objections to what was just handed to us. It's the law. You're the court.
In terms of what was just handed to you? Can I see it, and then maybe I'll address it when our jurors.
Judge, we have a copy for the court. We were going to label it State's Exhibit 1.
And considering labeling, defense counsels who have used PowerPoints during their presentation, if you would be so kind to email a copy of those to Ms. Weaver for inclusion, I'll include them as the next court's exhibits in order for purposes of your opening statement. So you can do that as you're seated here, but just make sure she gets a copy of that. Okay? All right, so I'll take up this issue. And I'll look at the PowerPoint as for Detective Belknap as we kind of finish up. So, unless there's anything else. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I got the problem that it's like a label it.
No. You want to label it?
We just wanted to put it on.
All right. Can we call for our jurors? Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Mr. Botts, were you rising to get up just a stretch? Or? If you have a what?
The party, no acquiescence.
What about Mr. Harvey?
We didn't acquiesce to anything, we granted it.
Oh, okay.
So can we all join in whenever?
At what, for non-acquiescence? This is a general rule? Or specifically?
There's a master rule.
All right. I regret talking to you. I really do. Okay, all right. Okay. We call our jurors, please. Thank you. Present? Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Mr. Matthews, you can conclude your opening statement at this point in time, sir. Go ahead.
We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost there. So on that last grouping of charges that we just got through talking about, the Gary Holloman and the Delmecia Coppage of bunching of the case, I want you all to know that you will learn that Delmecia Coppage never presented herself to Detective Henderson or any other law enforcement person to look at any type of photographic lineup array to say that this is a person, Mr. Huey, that was present when an armed robbery took place participated in an armed robbery or anything of that nature. So there was no photo lineup that ever took place with Venetian College. Okay? Now let's move to this last series of groupings of cases. Count 44. This is possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual arising from a February 18, 2022 alleged incident. So the state government, they're alleging that Mr. Huey, along with Tinquarius Minder, did possess a weapon inside the Fulton County Jail on that particular date. That is count 44. We're going through the charges first, and then we're going to talk about a little bit of the facts surrounding these particular counts. So that's count 44. Possessing a shank with Tinquarius Minder in the Fulton County Jail. Count 45. Possessing a telecommunication device by an incarcerated individual. February 18th, 2022, at the Fulton County Jail, the government is alleging that Mr. Huey and Mr. Minder possess a cell phone inside the jail. Unlawful. That's what they're alleging. In 45. In 46, what they're alleging. Now, when you look at the indictment, ladies and gentlemen, they are alleging that on this particular date, when you look at the indictment, I don't know anything about February 22nd, 2022, but in the indictment it says that on February 22, 2022, that Mr. Huey, and Mr. Minder, that they participated in criminal street gang activity by possessing a weapon and possessing a cell phone on February 22nd, 2022, 3 or 4 days, or how many days that is after February 18th, 2022. That's in the indictment. I don't know what that's about, but that's what is being alleged on February 22nd, 2022. That's a stock photo of the Fulton County Jail. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about February 18th, 2022, inside that facility. Now, what will the evidence show? Mr. Huey shared a cell with another inmate, Tinquarius Minder. Mr. Huey does not get to choose. This isn't the Holiday Inn, ladies and gentlemen. You don't get to choose your own room that you want to be in. Oh, I want to be on the 3rd floor. I want to be at the penthouse. No. Classifications, the jail, they decide where you will be inside their facility. All right? When you look at that indictment, when you get it back and after this trial is complete, you will learn that the government, they indicted Mr. Minder in this case as well. All right? He's one of those 28 people in this indictment. Now, we're going to get to asking questions at a stage in this proceeding where witnesses will come into court. And whatever witnesses they decide to bring in to this courtroom, and whatever witnesses they decide to bring in and talk about these particular grouping of charges against Mr. Huey and against Mr. Minder, we're going to go through a question-answering process. We're going to have a conversation about it, right? And that conversation that we're going to have, we're going to be asking questions and trying to get our heads around the idea that the facility has made a decision to put 2 individuals who are on the same indictment in the same cell. Does that make any sense? So we're going to talk about that. Why would they do something like that? Why would that be a thing? to put two individuals that are on the same case in the same cell? Not the same pod, not the same facility, but the same cell. You'll learn that there are two people to a cell, right? Mender, who's on this indictment, didn't choose to be in that room on his own. Mr. Huey, who's in this indictment, didn't choose to be in that room. So there are two people in this room. Now, they do a raid, right? When they do this raid, they tell everybody, get down on the ground. Keep your heads looking down. Don't look up at us. That's what they say to all these guys that are inside this facility. Don't look up. You're on the ground. So they do this raid. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, that if they play this video for you, they march straight to that particular cell and begin that particular location among the first of this particular pod. Two individuals on the same indictment in the same cell, and they go to that particular room during their first. Now, you will not hear any evidence that Mr. Huey claimed any shank. You're not going to hear any evidence that he admitted that any shank in that room belonged to him. You're not going to hear any evidence that Mr. Huey admitted that any cell phone belonged to him. So when the witnesses come into the courtroom, we're going to have a conversation, and we're going to talk about it. Now, what is the evidence is going to show you, and what are you going to learn throughout this particular case with these counts about the Fulton County Jail? We know that the Fulton County Jail is plagued with problems. Not small problems, huge problems. What kind of problems? Problems of people dying there. Infested dead person with bugs on them. In your jail that you pay tax dollars for. The jail is falling apart. The jail is under federal investigation for all the things that occur at that jail that the feds are not pleased with. Unsafe conditions, inmates not receiving adequate medical care, employees having legal problems. So they charge Mr. Huey and Mr. Mender with possessing a shank. You will learn that there are cells that are left open. And that is not a safe place to be when a cell is left open and you're just trying to lay your head down and sleep. There are scenarios where you want the cell to be locked. So we're going to ask some difficult conversation and questions when that time comes. So those are those particular counts. And Mr. Huey maintains his innocence with respect to those particular counts. Mr. Mender is not here today on trial. Mr. Huey is. Now, let's circle back real quickly to the count one RICO. So they have basically, the government has said, hey, look, Mr. Huey and the rest of these 27 individuals were all part of this particular gang, YSL, and that they had this objective of power and reputation and territory and all of that. And they put Mr. Huey in this indictment. Over Act 102, March 12, 2020. If he don't take it back, he gonna die. You heard Mr. Steele talk about these already, so I won't go back through them and belabor the point, but that is one of the messages there. And what are we talking about here? Well, to be very quick to the point, Chandler Durham, a music producer, make beats, help artists put their music together, brings them music so they can lay their lyrics over them. You know, this is a person who had his car stolen outside Bishop Street, one of the studios over there in Atlanta. And I guess the word had got out that there was a possibility that Mr. Huey may have known some of these guys or had the streets talk. Listen, this is Atlanta, Georgia. And it's a small community in Atlanta, Georgia. We're in a big city, but it's still small in certain ways. So the streets talk. So Mr. Huey was asked, hey, if you know something, you know these guys, or you can help us get that stuff back, just tell them to give us our stuff back. That's not a crime. That's not RICO. So you're going to learn that Mr. Huey was able to knock on the streets, knock on the doors of the streets, and help try to get this man his stuff back. He wasn't able to get all his stuff back. He wasn't. But he was able to get some of the stuff back, and he was able to secure it. And Mr. Durham was aware of it. And Mr. Durham had no issues with Mr. Huey at all. And of course, Mr. Williams had no issues with Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey was able to help try to secure that. And you're going to hear evidence that it was secured safely for Mr. Durham as Mr. Durham was in L.A. until he got back. Some of those items, not all. So this is the one where September 1, 2021, a recorded video called With Mr. Minder. Now, Mr. Minder, you may hear, as part of that Holloman case that we just talked about, you may hear a recorded jail call between Minder and some other person, some other female on the phone, and then some other male comes onto the phone, and they may tell you that other male was Holloman. I don't know. We'll figure it all out when we get to that point. But Mr. Minder is a friend of Mr. Huey. He's a friend of Mr. Williams. Mr. Minder was in jail, right? So Mr. Minder does a video call with Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey, the friends that he is with Mr. Williams and trying to get work and be part of that label as an employee, and they grew up together. So he wants to be able to take care of his family, Mr. Huey. But on this particular day, this is not a crime. What's happening here? On this day, Mr. Minder is on a video call with Mr. Huey, and Mr. Huey had already had some communication maybe with Mr. Williams, and they're at a jewelry store. And you'll learn that just saying, pointing to Mr. Huey to take care of Minder's request, how is that RICO? How is that RICO? How in the world is that RICO? That's not a crime. It's not a crime. But somehow they decided to put it in this indictment for your consideration as an overt act. September 4th, 2021, overt act 140. Mr. Huey had just been released from jail on the Holloman case because it had been dismissed at a probable cause hearing for a finding of no probable cause. So Mr. Huey was let go on that Holloman case. It was dismissed. So he walks out of the jail. He and Mr. Williams are cool. They're friends. They grew up together in the South. So, he's traveled with Mr. Williams before on his private jet. What's the big deal? That's awesome. So, Mr. Huey, he says from lockdown, we beat that case. We beat it. It was dismissed. Now it's back in this indictment. So, Huey said, hey, lockdown, we're about to go to a concert. To Philly. He had a show. They went that evening and they came back. How's that RICO? How's that RICO? This goes back, count over Act 150. That's again dealing with the Chandler-Durham. And like Mr. Still said, they want to give you that particular text or that particular communication, but the one afterwards, I don't even know if he really did it. That's what they didn't put in this particular indictment. So they're cherry picking. Then here we go over Act 123. Terroristic threats. This is an uncharged event on a text message that they got from Mr. Huey's phone. Justice Woodard is his lady. They have 2 children together. Mr. Huey has never been charged with a domestic violence offense. He's never been issued a TPO. This was a text message between a couple talking, how they talk. And how in the world is this a RICO conspiracy overt act to enhance the reputation, the power, and the territory of an alleged gang? A text message between you and your lady talking? Maybe they were upset about something. Who knows? But they want you to believe that this was part of a RICO conspiracy. And the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, you will learn that the government hasn't specifically talked to Justice Woodard specifically about a terroristic threat of if you put the police on me, you're gonna die. To this point, to this day. So we'll get in the case and we'll see what happens. But that's the overt act that they want to sell you on. As being part of a RICO. So those are the overt acts that are uncharged. So it's not a crime, but it is a crime. So we'll deal with it. So, we're here, guys. We're here. We are at the conclusion of this presentation. I have said it, and I'll say it again. When we get through hearing all of the state's witnesses and government's witnesses as it relates to all of these guys that are on this trial, including my client, Mr. Huey, we're going to come back to you. We're going to stand firm, look you all in the eye yet again, and we are going to say to you humbly and respectfully that on these grouping of charges, count 1, counts 3 through 7, and counts 14 through 23, and counts 44 through 46. Mr. Marquavius Huey is not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. So, continue to take notes as you choose. Continue to listen intently. And collectively, you will make a decision. And that decision will be not guilty for Mr. Marquavius Huey on these charges. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Hi. You're welcome, Mr. Matthews. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is almost 6 o'clock, and I think it might be a stopping point for us today. What do you think? Okay. All right. Okay. So let's wind things down for today then, for you all. Okay. First, when you go back in your headquarters, same thing. You're going to probably know this script well by the time that we spend with each other. Leave your notepads in the basket. Take a juror sticker for coming here tomorrow morning. Remember all the ad nauseum admonitions I've given you. They still apply, and I know you all are adhering to them, so please, just as a reminder, don't talk about the case. Even now that we've heard some witnesses, I'm sorry, we haven't heard any witnesses. Now that we've heard opening statement, remember opening statements are not evidence, okay? But we will go ahead and hear witnesses tomorrow. So it will be, I know that it might be very tempting once we start to kind of sit back in there and go, what do you think about such and such? Now, what did I tell you? Can you do that? No, you cannot. So, please be mindful of that. Don't recap the testimony as it starts going or coming to you starting tomorrow, okay? And don't critique or otherwise, talk about opening statements, because that would also be a violation at this point in time. I'll give you instructions on how you're supposed to consider and deliberate this case at a certain time, but now's not that time. So right now, just remember the court's admonitions. I know it's also very tempting to listen to the case or on social media, as well as in the news. Remember, you can only consider what is brought before you in the four walls of this courtroom. Anything anybody else may speculate as to, say about this case or whatever is not for your consideration. You can only consider what's been presented to you lawfully in this courtroom. So, again, don't listen to any of the news media accounts or go to any blogs or do anything that would be inconsistent with the court's ad nauseum admonitions, okay? Don't go by and visit any of the scenes or anything that may have been talked about in court today. And as long as you all do that, then we certainly will be able to continue to give all sides fair trial, just trial, lawful trial. All right, so tomorrow you're probably asking, what time are you going to come here? It's the question of the day, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have you here for 9:30 tomorrow morning for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time, and then we'll go ahead and call our first witness or witnesses. We should take a break sometime around the noontime hour, and we should work until sometime this time between 5 and 6. It is anticipated that we'll probably call 6 witnesses tomorrow or thereabouts, just for your planning purposes or just for those of you who are thinking, well, what are we going to do tomorrow? And then after tomorrow, Thursday, we'll have another working day. Friday, I can tell you at this point in time, you're going to have an administrative day, okay? And then we'll talk a little bit about the schedule for the next couple of weeks, so you can make plans for your holiday season, and for those of you that celebrate or need to do other things, okay? But I will at least tell you kind of a couple weeks in advance when those weeks are coming. But I can tell you that we will take a bit of a break to allow everyone to have to get ready for the holiday season and otherwise prepare. So I'll talk with you more about that specifically on Thursday, okay? Or maybe even into the beginning of next week. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what ministerial questions do you have of me, if any? Excellent. Okay, if you do, now's the time to ask me. Are your headquarters in there sufficient? Yes. No more stale popcorn today? Sorry about that. We'll get on a vendor that we use. So, anyways, no. But, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned you earlier, you're welcome to bring any food, snacks for you all as a group. You're welcome to bring any. I see you all. Some of you have drinks and other comfort items. The only thing that I do not permit is two things. You can't have alcohol, that's by statute, and I don't permit gum, at least while you're in here in open court. But you can have candy and any other thing that might help you focus and bear attention to this important matter. But as long as you pick up after yourself, you will not offend the court at all. Bring yourselves a jacket. You can always, or something, you can take it off, take it on. As you can see, the courtroom here tends to be a little cold at times, but that's to kind of keep everybody comfortable since we have a fair number of people in the courtroom, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have anything else of me, Sergeant Ingram is going to go ahead and get you all straight for tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for your patience and the patience that you'll continue to give this particular trial and the trial of this matter. So unless you have anything else, ladies and gentlemen, I'll go ahead and recess you for the evening, leave your notepads in the basket, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9:30, okay? All right, all rise. All right, jury has left us. Please be seated. Okay. So, councils, tomorrow morning, I'd like us to be here for and out here in the courtroom by 9:30. So I'd like you to be here seated with everyone here at 9:30, okay? So that we can go through, I can go through the charge that hopefully you all have agreed upon, or not charge, but the limiting instruction, I should say, if appropriate, tomorrow. So I'm going to say this, just so everybody's kind of clear. I would like to see a proposed instruction that I can offer to the jury. So that's what my goal is, or my task for you all to do is for you to come up with a proposal. And if you could email it to me, then I can go ahead, and all parties, then I can go ahead and edit it should it require editing. All right? That's the first thing. Any questions about that? Or any further clarifications about the court's instruction in that respect?
If we have dueling proposed orders, is it okay that we just submit them?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, that's for the instruction. Okay, I'm in possession. Let me move on to the next issue. The next issue is Detective Belknap is going to testify first, and there's a very large PowerPoint that's been submitted, I assume that he's going to refer to. It's marked as States 1. Is it a demonstrative aid, madam? It's not going to be admitted, right? So.
Your Honor, it's a demonstrative aid that we believe would assist him in explaining his testimony to the jury.
Okay.
So.
All right. So it'll be marked as an exhibit. Okay. All right. Okay, specifically, are there objections or concerns? I understand you all just got that at this point in time. If so, please tell me.
Your Honor.
Sir.
On March 21, 2023, Mr. Williams filed motion limiting number 13. Your Honorable Court granted that orally, reduced that to writing on November 17, 2023. I cited Swanson, SWANSON versus State, Your Honorable Court. That's at 366 Georgia Appeal 584 Division 2, 2000.
What was that? 366 Georgia Appeals. What was the other?
584.
584 Swanson.
Yep, Division 2, 2023. Your Honorable Court's order referenced Swanson that an expert cannot discuss the law, expert cannot testify as to opinions on the ultimate legal conclusion. Is not helpful to the trier of fact for the witness to express their opinions using legal terms or offer legal conclusions. The court must remain vigilant against the admission of legal conclusions, and an expert witness may not substitute for the court in charge of the jury. Critical law, that's what you granted as well. Under Swanson, this was already argued and ordered, and then as I look at what the state handed us, which I believe is states number 1, if it's not, I'd like someone to correct me, but
It's States 1, sir.
thank you. And on the page that I have stapled together, on the back of the first page, it has a triangle that you specifically excluded in your order, that you would not allow the supposed expert, it's not helpful to the jury, to talk about a person, then the gang, and then the crime, and the enumerated offenses, and employed by, associated with, or participates in gang activity. The next slide, or any piece of paper, is entitled Criminal Street Gang Defined. That is the law. That is exactly what Your Honorable Court and Swanson says cannot be done by an expert. The jury doesn't get it from the expert, supposed expert. The next, on the back of that page, is Criminal Street Gang Elements. That comes from the law. That should not be coming from a witness. The next one is Criminal Street Gang Identifiers, which is a different issue, but I do have an objection, but not the same objection. That is not the law. That would go to factual allegations. Then it goes back to the law, Your Honor.
There are several slides in there that reference Criminal Street Gang elements. So I assume that you're objecting to those. There are several of those interspersed throughout the presentation.
Exactly. And
okay.
I don't have a page number, but yes.
Yes, it's not numbered, but but let me let the state respond to that to begin with. So, Madam.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, first, Swanson is quite distinguishable. In Swanson, what happened is that the expert witness was asked by the prosecutor whether or not something is required in order to convict someone of a DUI. And the expert answered no, which is an issue that goes directly to the matters that the jury alone is there to decide. In what Detective Belknap has prepared as an aid to assist the jury in understanding or hearing his testimony, he is explaining the methodology that he employs in making the categorizations and classifications of certain groups as a criminal street gang or not. Your Honor, without knowing how it is that Detective Belknap goes about making determinations and deciding whether he, in his opinion, believes that this particular group is a criminal street gang, how on earth is the jury to gauge his credibility? The court, of course, instructs the jury that the law comes from the court alone, and the court can give to the jury prior to Detective Belknap a limiting instruction saying that what they are hearing is his opinion and the basis that forms his opinions. The law upon which Detective Belknap relies in order to make his classifications of particular groups is no different than treatises or other matters that experts rely on to make their particular opinions about matters that are outside the ken of the average juror. In this particular case, Detective Belknap does not place at the top of his slide OCGA blah, 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 and he does not say in order to find this person guilty of participation in criminal street gang activity, you do or don't need to have this. What he has done is outlined the factors that he employs in making a determination as to whether, in his opinion, a particular group qualifies as a criminal street gang. The circumstances of our case are quite distinguishable from those in Swanson. If it ever came to a point where, and we would not, where the prosecutor asked Detective Belknap something that was in the jury's, within their purview, do we need to have this to convict of this, then I would see and understand defense counsel's objection. But here, without the jury knowing how it is that Detective Belknap made his decisions about whether or not this particular group qualifies as a gang, this particular group does not, how on earth are they to gauge whether or not he is credible? The court will tell the jury that the jury has to decide whether or not they believe Detective Belknap. What if Detective Belknap had a series of qualifications for determining whether or not a group is a gang that was completely out of line with Georgia law? Giving what he uses as a guide to make his determinations in no way invades the province of the jury. I'm certain that if he did have a series of qualifications or standards that were out of line with what the law is, no one can argue that the defense counsel wouldn't pounce on it and in fact exploit that fact for the jury. But the fact that his standards, his methodology, his qualifications, his determination of whether or not a group is a criminal street gang, because it is exactly as the law requires it to be, they want it excluded. And that in turn completely cuts the legs out from under the jury's ability to discern whether or not Detective Belknap is credible. How on earth could you expect them to gauge his basis for his knowledge at all without that information?
Okay.
So we would ask that the court find that there is no merit to the objection currently being made as it relates to the demonstrative aid that Detective Belknap seeks to employ, and that in no way does the utilization of the demonstrative on page 1 of his demonstrative aid invade the province of the jury. Again, this is Detective Belknap deciding and determining and using a particular structural tool in making assessments of whether or not a particular criminal act is in furtherance of the gang. The triangle that is shown is in no way invasive or invading the province of the jury. It simply helps.
You said you emailed. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Judge. It simply helps to explain how it is that Detective Belknap goes about making the determinations and forming the opinions that he has been qualified to share with the jury. And to suggest that this information is inadmissible, it just, I don't know, it just defies reason at this time, Your Honor. I would suggest that all of this information goes to the weight of Detective Belknap's testimony and in no way should be considered a reason to exclude the tools he uses to form his opinions. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right. Anybody else wish to add anything before I go ahead and rule? Mr. Sharp, you got up.
Separate issue with the same PowerPoint, so.
Hey, what's your issue, sir?
Your Honor, if you go to, there's a few slides labeled young slide light. It's about, I'd say, halfway through.
Okay, can you give me a slide? Is it the one that starts on October the 14th? Ms. Hilton and Ms.
Page 22, if you count, Your Honor.
Okay, hold on, just wait. Ms. Love, is it possible for you to ask Detective Belknap before he testifies tomorrow to label or to number his slides so it would be easy for me to deal with these kind of queries?
Absolutely.
All right, that would be wonderful. So, can you give me what page it's near, Mr. Sharp?
Where you just were, it starts on the one before this.
Okay, all right. YSL criminal activity?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And it continues for, I think, 3 slides, including the one that you were just looking on. And it lists specific allegations that are not in this indictment, not charges over acts, that are criminal in nature, prejudicial, that discusses specific acts that Detective Belknap apparently wants to talk about to discuss the history of YSL as he sees it. And these don't involve any of our clients either. And O'Connell v. State, 294, Georgia, 379. Certainly, I understand the law that an expert witness can rely on hearsay. However, an expert witness may not be a mere conduit to hearsay. And right now, it appears to me that the state is planning on having this expert tell the jurors about all these other completely unrelated incidents that he had, to my knowledge, had no involvement in investigating, but certainly he would be testifying to hearsay. I don't think that they're planning on calling the alleged victims of all these incidents or anything like that. And it's just a bunch of other completely unrelated criminal acts that have nothing to do with this case and these specific charges that are going to be brought in through Detective Belknap as their conduit. And we would object to that under that O'Connell case.
All right, sir. Say, you want to respond to that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. These particular incidents go to both, as in the case with Trontavia Stevens, matters that the detective, the witness, observed personally and matters that other people observed as well. And an expert is allowed to testify that the basis for his opinion consists in part on these type of observations made by various persons. These matters are for the jury to decide what weight to give them. Of course, the argument can, and I'm certain will be made, that these people haven't come in here and the jury can decide whether or not it will disregard Detective Belknap's opinions because they are based on this information and the defense has convinced them that they should disregard it altogether because they haven't heard from a particular witness. But in no way should that be a reason to exclude Detective Belknap's testimony about certain information, certain incidents, certain interactions that form the basis for his opinion. These are things that he has observed during his experience as a law enforcement officer, including incidents involving alleged gang members, including, part of what he has testified about, part of what the court deemed portions of his methodology included his interactions with gang members, alleged gang members, and the information that they shared with him. What weight to give that should be left to the jury, and the information should not be excluded, because essentially what counsels for the defense seem to want to do is to take away from the jury any information about what Detective Belknap bases his opinions on. And then it just leaves a bare opinion with nothing with which to gauge the credibility of those opinions. So respectfully, the state asks that the court not take away the jury's ability to weigh what weight it should give Detective Belknap's opinions by excluding the information that forms the basis of those opinions. And that information includes both the standards that he employs to classify groups as gangs. It includes the methodology that he utilizes to determine whether or not an act is in furtherance of a gang. And it includes his history and personal experience and those of law enforcement officers with which he has collaborated involving interactions with alleged and self-professed criminal street gang members. So we would ask that the court not exclude any of that testimony and information from the jury's consideration.
Your Honor,
thank you.
If you accept the state's logic in that argument, then why would they even have to call in any witnesses for any of these overt acts? Why bring in witnesses about Christian Eppinger allegedly shooting a police officer? Just have Belknap just tell them this is what happened. Why bring in witnesses to talk about armed robberies allegedly committed by Walter Murphy? Just have Detective Belknap come in as an expert and tell them the whole story about what happened and say, because of that, I'm using that information as a basis of my expertise. The O'Connell case, Your Honor, was when a defendant sought to had an expert who testified that the defendant suffered from PTSD. The defendant had killed their adoptive mother. And she wanted to bring up specific instances of her abuse in her homeland. I believe it was Guatemala. And
You're correct.
The court said, no, you cannot bring in specific instances to put in front of the jury to say, yes, these specific instances form the basis of my opinion, because you're using the expert witness as a conduit to bring in inadmissible hearsay. And that's exactly what the state is doing here. And it's even worse than that, because none of these alleged incidents have anything to do, as far as I can tell, with any of these gentlemen. And also the state just shifted just swiftly. First they said there are incidents that Detective Belknap has personal knowledge of. Then it's kind of slightly shifted to Detective Belknap, or maybe he's talked to other law enforcement officers about it. Like it's some collective knowledge thing. It's rank hearsay.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to O'Connell, Your Honor, the reason that the court decided that the expert's opinion in that case was a conduit for bare hearsay is it was the defendant's efforts to get in specific incidents that related to the defendant without putting the defendant on the stand. The reason that the incidents and the interactions Detective Belknap has had and other officers has had with particular alleged or self-professed gang members is distinguishable from the acts and overt acts that the state has included as part of the indictment, is that in order for the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any allegation, any count in the indictment that we set out to prove, we have to present evidence of that particular act. What Detective Belknap would be talking about as it relates to the specific incidents and interactions that help form the basis for his opinions are simply things that form the basis. They are not things that we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the same as if there is someone on the stand talking about relying on certain treatises, information that has been gleaned from someone else's observations that informs the opinion that they reach today. There's no one that will credibly argue, oh, we have to bring in the author of that treatise in order for the expert's testimony to not be hearsay. It is simply the basis, part of the basis for Detective Belknap's opinion. It is not the same, and there is an absolute false equivalence being drawn by counsel for Mr. Stilla at this point. So we would ask that, again, the court not exclude the bases for Detective Belknap's expert opinions about whether or not YSL is a criminal street gang and whether or not particular activity, and rock crew as well, qualifies as a criminal street gang, and whether or not particular acts qualify as criminal street gang activity. The court, as I stated, can instruct the jury that the only law that the jury is to consider is that coming from the court, and that the jury alone decides what weight to give Detective Belknap's testimony. And if it so happens that the standard Detective Belknap employs to classify a group as a gang is in line with what the court instructs the jury must exist before the jury determines that a particular group is in fact a criminal street gang, then the jury finds Detective Belknap all that more credible. If it is out of line with what the court instructs the jury, then the jury finds that Detective Belknap is not credible. But they have to know the basis for his opinions in order to weigh his credibility. Thank you.
All right. I have more, if you don't mind, Your Honor, here.
All right, what else?
Okay, thank you, sir. Your Honor, obviously I adopt the Honorable Counsel that taught, but I'd like you to also wrestle with, and I numbered the pages, but I could try to direct you on the court. I have it on page 19. It says gang hand signs. And I just did page 1 would be page 1, and then go to page 2. So I did not 1, 2, the front and back. It's just page 1 is the front. Page 1 is the back. The back of page 1 is 2 is the next page. Like if the state can, or the court can order say, but if the state could be good enough to email it to us. There's some pages I can't see, they're just too dark.
Which one are you talking about in terms of gang tattoos? There's several.
Gang hand signs.
Gang hand signs. I think that is some gentlemen that have there's a picture with a Georgia Bulldog t-shirt. Is that correct?
No, it's an RG. It says Rich Gang in white, and then an RG Rich Gang in red, where it's black and white. But
The photograph from the indictment, is that the one? If I may, Your Honor, I will hold or let the court hold the state's copy. Here.
What page is it on? Let's see. Oh, that's way in the back. Okay, all right. I think I've seen it. It's way in the back. All right, I see it. All right. One you're referring to, gang hand signs. Okay. What about it?
Your Honor, you already ruled on this issue. about the law, but you also ruled on the dual witness, which will get you the jury instruction. That's Mr. Williams. That's a picture of Mr. Williams standing next to Mr. Copeland. That's in the indictment. How is Detective Meltnap, the supposed expert, now coming in and telling the jury Mr. Williams is holding up a gang sign when A, is not even supposed to be talking about the evidence in the case if you're bifurcating it, and B, he shouldn't be telling the jurors that anyway. That is an intent. That would be for the jury. That's not beyond the ken of the jury. The next page, if you, not the back of it, but the next page, in your honor, Mr. Williams marked the pages, numbered them. May I approach if you need it? They're page number, says he.
Which page is it, sir?
It's page 20, but it's the next page which we're just looking at.
And Your Honor, if we could just clarify whether the issues are two separate ones so that we can address each one in turn rather than try to address 20 at the same time.
Page 20.
Oh.
Town on the market. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 12,
Can you hear me, Miss Weeks?
Hold on, Tim.
Yeah, Mr. Thank you.
They need to give them a clean copy of that. So, yeah.